gonna say it. Somebody should. Let's talk about tool time. Let's talk about bum wine, yeah. You're asking the questions that nobody could. Like where the bone thugs and are they in harmony? Do helpful snowman. Helpful snowman.
All right, everybody. Here we go. This is it. This is episode 500. We're in the car. We are headed to the Genoa Wonder Tower. This is a wonderful, I guess, former tourist trap, we'll call it, in eastern Colorado. This is like a thing that, you know, would have been, I think, very popular in the days before Yelp. Because it's like, oh, you're traveling through, and it's like, see the tower, see the this, see the that. I was lucky enough to get to go there several years ago when the original owner-operator was still owner-operating. My understanding is he has since passed. And so then the tower itself was on this thing called like Colorado Endangered Places list. And, you know, I didn't know who bought it. Okay, I had no idea who had purchased the tower. But I knew I wanted to go back someday. And, you know, I thought about, like, trying to figure out who bought it and, like, can I help with them? Can I volunteer with them? And then I was like, this tower is 2.5 hours away, so fuck a dat shit. But as episode 500 came around, I was like, wait a second. I need a way to destroy this crock pot. I thought of trying to get liquid nitrogen, but then I was like, what do I do? I mean, even if that worked, even if I was able to get it, and then able to make it work for me. Where do I smash a crock pot that has been liquid nitrogenized? That's the technical science term for what I would be doing. Liquid nitrogenized. So, you know, anyway, went through permutations and decided the Wonder Tower. Can I throw it off the tower? Now, the first time when I went there, the guy who was in charge of it was like, he's this old man. He was this old man who, like, clearly enjoyed showing everyone all the great stuff that was in the tower, what the tower has to offer, and so on. He like, when we went there, he was like, okay, you can pay to get in, but you can get in for free if you can tell me what some of these objects are. So first he hands you this cane, basically, and he's like, can you identify what this is? And then he's like, it's a walrus penis. It's like a petrified walrus penis. So it's kind of funny because, you know, basically he tricks you into holding a walrus penis. And then you're like, well, now I held a walrus penis, so there's no going back. Anyway, I don't know how good a chance anyone would have of guessing the things. Unless you had been there before, in which case I'd be like, you know, you should just pay to get in because whatever. I don't know how he came to have this collection of stuff. I have many questions about this. Also, something that I found very amusing is it seemed that at that time, everything there was for sale. Like he had like wheelbarrows full of seashells, you know, just like random seashells out there. All of them had a price written on them in Sharpie. And at the time I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And now I'm like, I should have got one. That's like the ultimate weird souvenir is like, Yeah, this old man runs this crazy house full of interesting junk. And he has seashells with a price on them, which is $1, written on them in Sharpie. Like, why? Why? So many questions why. 13 reasons why, 113 questions why. So, and the premier exhibit in the Wonder Tower is a taxidermied 2-headed calf. So it's like it was a cow that was born with 2 heads. And it's pretty interesting to look at. So anyway, that's where I'm headed, because apparently whoever bought it either has a sense of humor or is completely mistaken about the success level of this podcast and thinks this is like a legit, they're like, oh yeah, I've listened to This American Life or 99% Invisible, and we would love to have something like that out here. And I'm like, well, okay. But a simple Google would prove that to be untrue. However, what's cool about it also is that I was like, I told them I wanted to come out there, and I was like, I know this is going to sound weird, but I want to throw a crock pot off the top. Is that possible? That did not seem to faze this person at all. So that to me did signal that I was like, you know what? Maybe this is a good decision. Maybe this show and myself have made a rare good decision. It's rare, but it happens. So then it comes down to, what do I do for this show? It's episode 500. How do you have a 500th show? What does that even look like? And I decided to come up with 50 lists of 10 items, which, for the astute listeners, that's 500 items to discuss. This started out as advice, because that's kind of the core of this show, is advice. This started as an advice show. But, it really started as, I guess, a combination of things. I had always wanted to do a talk radio show. I don't know why. I grew up listening to like Loveline at night and just enjoyed talk radio. Like when I was a little kid, my grandma had a tape, and it was a Carol Burnett tape. And I don't know if it was like a performance she did or if it was like just an audiobook that she read or something, but I loved it. And it was like, obviously a Carol Burnett tape when you're like 6 is not, that can't have possibly made any sense to me. I can't have been like, oh, Carol Burnett, you're the living end. You know what I mean? But I think I just enjoyed it because I was like, this is like listening to a movie. Do you know what I mean? It's like a story, a narrative, but you can just listen to it. You don't have to watch it. I don't know why you don't have to watch it is like a big appeal, but whatever. So I've always had a taste for it, let's say. And in that spirit, I decided I was like, I want to do a podcast. When podcasting became a thing, it was like a revelation for me. We'll talk about that if we get to one of these topics. But that was part of it. And so I set up my own studio, we'll call it. At the time, I was living in a 2-bedroom apartment, and my roommate had just moved out. So I used his bedroom and made a studio in there. And by studio, I mean card table with microphones and a mixer. But what else do you need to have a studio? Nothing. That's the answer. Obviously nothing. Less than what I had is what you even really need. Because right now I'm rocking a microphone, a recorder, and that's it. So that was the humble beginnings. But also, I think part of why I started the show was because, like, as you become an adult, it does get harder to have, like, opportunities and times where you can, like, just hang out with friends. You don't have those When you're younger, it's kind of like, I don't know, you'd hang out with your best friend. And when I say younger, I mean like in your 20s. You might hang out with a good friend like once a week. Or if you went like 2 or 3 weeks and you hadn't heard from a friend, you'd be like, is he dead or does he hate me? It's got to be one or the other. If he's a 28-year-old dude, the answer is probably he has a girlfriend. If he's a 14-year-old girl, he hates you. I mean, you're both 14-year-old girls. Anyway, so I decided that I was like, this is a good thing. Like, I think older people need an excuse to get together and have fun and just like talk about things or do things. And as you get older, for some reason, I think it's easier to do something if you feel productive. You know what I mean? It feels like, oh, I'm going to record this podcast, or like you've set a date and a time. So those little things that come up that would prevent you from going, where you'd be like, maybe I won't go. That stuff doesn't disrupt you as much if you have like a real plan. Whereas opposed to just like, if you had it in your head, like maybe I'll just go out to a bar tonight. Like maybe I'll just call up so-and-so and say, hey, you want to go out tonight? Let's do it. Instead of that, it's like, well, I've got this plan. I got to go, blah, 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 blah. And it was fun. Now, the funny part is I did this, like, originally a big part of this was hanging out with other people. And at this point, I've done way more shows by myself than I have with other people. You know, when I first was recording, I never did one alone, I don't think, for the first quite a little while. And then when it came time to where I was like, I think I'm going to have to do some of these alone, I started doing what I called Power Hour, which was I would get together 50 to 60 questions. It was supposed to be 60, but sometimes I would kind of forget that 50 wasn't the correct number. I'd get 50 questions, and I would drink 1 ounce of beer for every question. So for every minute of the show, I read and answered a question and then drank 1 ounce of beer. So then by the end of the thing, I'd had, 4 beers and answered a bunch of questions. And there you go. This was like the heyday of Yahoo Answers, by the way. Rest in peace, Yahoo Answers. That's definitely a eccentric millionaire idea I had, is I was like, I would bring back Yahoo Answers in a heartbeat. I mean, Yahoo Answers really was worthless, but so entertaining. It's like most films, right? You're like, look, this doesn't have like inherent huge value as art, but goddamn is it entertaining. So anyway, I decided the best thing to do would be to do sort of some lists, talk about some things, and basically just use up everything that I could think of for this show. You know, it's kind of like, I felt like the way for this show, the original concept here was like, what if this was the last show? And Poonmaster Flex was like, if you sell it that way, you're going to have people worried. And I was like, I will have like 2 people worried, and I don't think they'll be that worried. But I mean, I was like, if this were the last show, what would I want to do? You know what I mean? Because it's like, you've done 500 shows, you're throwing a crock pot off a thing, you're doing a ridiculous sort of radio stunt, I guess. What would you want to do? And I was like, well, basically, I would just want to like cover everything that I'd ever wanted to do on the show. And then this is kind of stupid, but there's a business book called Die Empty, and I haven't read it. I've just seen the cover. And it was the inspiration for this idea in as much as like I saw it on someone's bookshelf and I was like, that's what I'll do. This show will die empty. It will die with nothing left to say. I'll say it all and then just be like, whatever. So, I mean, I guess it was a motivation. You know, whoever wrote that book, probably like Chip Heath or something, Seth Godin, one of those guys. Whoever wrote that book, you motivated me. But just by having a book that has a title that I see on a lot of like Bookstagram bookshelves. So that's kind of the idea here is let's do this last show. Let's just blow it out. And also I think it's fitting for this show to sort of end by overstaying its welcome just a little. Not like way overstaying its welcome, but significantly. Okay, I'm driving behind a car we're on the highway, but there's stoplights. And this car is like choosing to stop so far before the stoplight. I think they might be driving a stick shift and not know what they're doing because they're leaving such a huge gap. It's crazy. Okay. So we're going to slightly overstay our welcome. I have 50 lists, each with 10 items. I printed them off on huge slips of paper, and each one is fairly short in terms of what's actually written there, and then I'll just add more in. That's for safety. So without further ado, let's do it. Helpful Snowman episode 500. Also, the lists are not in order, and the items on the lists are not in order. So, yeah, whatever. And who doesn't like a top 10 list, by the way? I would say anyone who was on the internet from 2010 to 2015 and was completely like done with that format by that time is probably the answer to that question. Everything at that time was like the top 10 thises of that, the 10 best thises of that. You know what I mean? And then I feel like people changed it to being like, here are just 10 things, because we all got tired of hearing like, listen, this isn't the best 10 of this, or that's not the best 10 of that. And it's like, oh, fuck off. Like, who cares? Okay. So this is list number 20, and this is horror stories that I intend to write. So I have a spreadsheet that I call my mass to-do list, and it's where I kind of keep everything. And one of the larger sheets on there is ideas I've had for horror stories. I don't know why that's been like a thing for me lately. I think because, like, horror stories are interesting to write because you can kind of be literary and stuff with them, but they obligate you to have a beginning, middle, and end. And to be a story instead of just sort of a literary... It's hard to have an overly navel-gazing horror story, right? Okay, so number 1 is Human Flesh Restaurant. So I actually have drafted this one. And basically, it's about a bunch of people. I guess I'll just spoil these stories for you because I'm like on this sort of like overstay, die empty concept, right? Maybe these will never see the light of day. So I should just tell you what they are now. So it's a Human Flesh Restaurant, and it's a restaurant, like a fine dining establishment where you can have human flesh. Now, it's synthetic. It's like cloned flesh. So it's not like some dead dude. And every time you go in there, it's like a different guy had to die so you could eat there. It's like cloned. Because I feel like that's more realistic. I mean, like, it's scarier to have like, oh, well, your reservation comes up when someone's dead who you can eat. But that just seems like a story that ends up being about the logistics. And I'm not that interested in that. What this is about is somebody goes there and, you know, they're eating at this restaurant. It's expensive and fancy. And then they're eating this human flesh. But meanwhile, seated at a table nearby is like this very disgusting guy. And he's like not up to the dress code of the restaurant. And he's eating like a huge tub of movie popcorn while he's there. And he's just like really gross. And it turns out that, you know, the flesh they're eating is his flesh. It's been cloned from him. And that's why he's allowed in the restaurant and doesn't have to play by the rules. Number 2 is what I call project management horror. This one also I've drafted one time, so maybe this will happen. But this one is about a character who basically is a project manager, freelance, and like meets up with clients to help them with their projects. This kind of came from, I did like project management training a couple years ago, and it wasn't all that useful for me, but I was like, well, I guess I could turn it into a short story at least. So what happens is this lady, the freelancer, meets up with a guy. Now, she usually meets up with a lot of clients. She's in like, Silicon Valley area. And the way it works is a lot of clients want to hire her to help with their projects because they have a project, but they don't want to use their workplace resources to make it happen because, they want it for themselves. So they'll meet with her. She'll help them get the project on track, so on and so forth. Because a lot of them, too, are kind of like, they're smart, but maybe they're not as good at like planning a project from start to finish, and they don't know exactly what they need, and so on and so forth. So this is what happens. She meets up with a guy, and he seems like a very nice, very sort of normal guy, like more normal than the clients she's used to, frankly. Turns out that this guy's project is basically his wife died, and he's trying every sort of occult, haunting, experimental thing that he can possibly come up with to see if it's possible, to see if there's an afterlife or ghosts or anything. Basically, it's like he wants to know, is there anything out there? Like, is it possible that there's like a part of my wife still out there? So he goes through, he's tracked all the different things he's tried, so he tried like Ouija boards and like really simple stuff like that. Then he moved on to more complicated things. At some point he had to move into doing things that like he needed other people for. So he's like, first I actually ended up trying a hooker for that. And, trying to get them to do occult shit, which, I couldn't find hookers that were down with it, which is not what you'd expect. But I guess they're a superstitious lot, as they'd say in a Batman comic. So then he tries on Craigslist, and that doesn't work. But then what he does is he figures out, if I tell people I'm shooting a horror movie and I just set up a couple cameras and a couple lights, they'll do anything. Because they're like, oh, okay, this is just a movie. This isn't real. It's fine. So that's, anyway. So he's got all these different activities that he's planned out, and he's tried, and so far he hasn't found anything. So he's meeting with the project manager because he wants to make sure that he's been thorough before he moves on to the next step. Because the next step is he's like, all right, imagine this project, I imagine it like a hallway in a hotel. And you go down the hallway and you try all the doors you're going to until you can find one that's open, right? And if I find one that's open, that's one that leads to like, okay, there is something else. There is something beyond. So he tries each door and he's like, I've reached the end of the hallway. And now there's 2 doors, that would take me to the next place. One of those doors is to kill myself, and then I'll know. Then I guess I'll know. The other door is I kind of put all the things behind that door that would hurt other people. I didn't want to hurt anyone else up to this point. I mean, I took the risk of they may be like cursed or whatever, but I haven't done like any blood sacrificing of a virgin under the full moon or whatever. And he's like, so this is my choice now, is I have to decide whether to go down the door of killing myself or going down the door of hurting other people. So before I do that, I want to make sure that this project has been conducted thoroughly so that I'm making that decision fairly confident that there's nothing I missed here. So that's the setup for that story. The next one is about a dying mall where all the storefronts have been run out for meetings of different weird cults. So basically it was like a dying mall, and like a church or something started meeting there, or maybe like one sort of wacky religion started meeting there. And then someone else was like, oh, that's a good idea. And so they started having their cult meeting there. And soon enough, it's just basically like a hive of different weird cults. And so, of course, this is like somebody's being taken through the mall who was thinking about opening up a store, but then is like, oh, well, this is a bunch of cults. And then there are a couple businesses too that have opened in the store, but they cater to the cult, or in the mall, but they cater to the cults that are in there. So, they have like certain kinds of candles or shit like that. Number 4 is about an innocent clown who's being chased by clown phobes. So basically it's like a turnaround of, oh, this clown is like there's nothing wrong with this clown, but people are so freaked out that they're chasing him. It's like a thing they do. Number 5 is a story about someone who their partner died, and so they did the thing where it's like, oh, you can take your ashes and put them into like a bulb and plant a tree. Right? So this person plants the tree with their partner in it, and the tree grows and whatever, and then they're selling the house. And so they're selling the house for a good deal and everything to like a young couple. But, the caveat is this tree has to stay, and you have to keep it alive. Otherwise, we're going to have problems. So, of course, they take the deal, and then things go awry. Number 6 is kind of a weird one. This is one that I'm going to have to write and then see how it works out. So the idea is that it's like similar to a native land acknowledgement that we would have here. Someone's giving this like native land acknowledgement speech or before an event or whatever. But then is like basically talking about the horrific back and forth between the native people and the, colonizers who came there. So it's like just a land acknowledgement that has gone horribly awry because it becomes extremely graphic. And the exchange back and forth between the native people and the people who came to colonize it, So instead of just saying like, oh, this is where people lived before, and that it's kind of fucked up, but now our conference starts. It's like, well, here's what happened first. Here's kind of a timeline. Here's a horrific event. Oh, and then here's a horrific retaliation to that event, and just kind of keeps escalating. It gets worse and worse. For some reason, the context of that is very appealing to me. Of like, because like giving a speech like that in front of a huge room of people, I think is kind of a weird, funny concept. And B, because like I think native land acknowledgements, like I get it, and I have no problem with it. But it's sort of generic most of the time, right? It's just like, there were people here before. I'm like, oh, but what happened? Like, tell me more. All right, number 7. This is a story about a guy who runs a Halloween mask company. Now, this is like a mask company, a costume company like Ben Cooper or something. So you'd have in the 80s where you had your plastic smock with the character's shape printed on it, and then your plastic mask with the rubber string. The tiniest, thinnest rubber string attached with 2 staples, which is hilarious because it was like, my God, could this be any cheaper? But anyway, this person finds odd success with masks that the masks end up being formed based on they're like casts taken of dead people, like horrible dead people. Like someone who was executed. That's kind of how the first one happens, is there's like this serial murderer, like a child murderer who everyone hates, and his execution is one of those ones where people are outside like cheering it on and whatever. And then he gets the permission to go in there, take a cast of the guy's face after he's dead, and then make a mask out of it. And so anyway, that happens, and then he's doing it year after year. And it's always successful, but then one year they're kind of running up against the deadline and they don't have like a horrible dead person to cast a face from. So they're like, it's kind of like a board meeting and they're like, what do we do now? Next. This is one about an uncle who comes to visit every Thanksgiving. And so every Thanksgiving he kind of like plans a sort of pratfall stunt. Because he did it one year and it was like everybody remembered it. And so then from then on, he was like, oh, this is the way he's figured out to interact with his family. Because he's, not the best at small talk or whatever. So he's kind of like, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to do a stunt, basically, and so on and so forth. So the problem is, though, he finds he has to escalate his stunt every year, right? Like, it has to get bigger or more dangerous-er every year. We're passing by the ghost town of Deerfield, where we went for Halloween last year. Supposedly, they're working to restore it or something, but I don't know. Anyway, so it's kind of, this one's kind of a sadder one because it's just someone trying to sort of like connect with people through doing a dumb thing, but it's like the only way he's figured out how to do it. Next, we've got 9. This is the opening of a time capsule that has like horrible shit in it. I haven't really decided. I just like the idea of time capsules, I guess. I think they're funny. Or I was thinking it may be something with time capsules where somebody is going around burying time capsules, with like a little plaque on it. Because I was like, if someone just put a time capsule like in a park and it looked official, I don't know if anyone would like say anything about that, right? Would anyone be like, there's no record of a time capsule? And especially if you made it look old. So it was like, oh, this time capsule was buried in whatever year. I don't know, something. Anyway, I like the idea of time capsules. This one's obviously not fleshed out very much. Number 10 is about a golf game. Ooh! But what happens is, so when you play golf, you're behind another person or team, right? And so this is about a guy who's playing golf, and he's behind another person, but he doesn't really see him. He catches a couple glimpses of him. So when you play golf, sometimes what happens is, like, you might find a club that somebody left behind. Because, like, they'll hit out of the sand, and then they're going to putt, so they leave their sand wedge, next to the putting green, and then forget to pick it up. But so that kind of thing is happening. And the person's getting annoyed because they're like, this guy's leaving an awful lot of clubs. And like, I'm putting them in my bag and carrying them, but it's like weighing me down. This is fucking annoying. And then he finds a club that looks like it's got like blood on it or something. Or he finds like a tooth. And so he's like, holy shit, did this guy like bash someone's tooth out with a fucking golf club? Like, what's going on? Et cetera, et cetera. So, that's like an escalating horror. But the tricky thing about that one is you're like, how do I make it such that the guy is like behind the other golfer, but doesn't just like leave, isn't just like, fuck this shit, I'm out. All right. I thought about making it, if the golfer is like an older guy and he's like a country club member and he's like friends with the caretaker of the golf course and stuff, and so the person's leaving behind, like maybe at first they're leaving behind garbage, like couple beer cans just crushed and left on the green or something. And so he's kind of at first like motivated to stay with the person because he's like, I gotta like report this guy, quote unquote, whatever. All right, one list down. We are not going to do this in the trip, I don't think, unless we speed up, but that's okay. This can be multiple parts. It's fine. This is list number 20, and this is books I probably should have read by now. These are just books that I feel like I should have gotten to or would have gotten to, or for some reason just feel like I should read and have felt like that for some time. One is My Year of Rest and Relaxation by Otessa Moshfegh? I don't know. I was like, did I say that right? I'll just say it exactly the same way again. That'll work. This is kind of an odd literary novel that sounds right up my alley. And I bought it like last Halloween-ish and haven't touched it. And like I kept looking on the library's ebook checkout overdrive service and stuff, and it just kept not popping up. And I was getting annoyed, and so, I bought it, and then I just haven't read it. Number 2 is Wuthering Heights. That one's on the list because it's Poonmaster Flex's, she told me at one time that was her favorite book. And I feel like it's a good thing to read someone's favorite book. If they tell you, like, this is my favorite book, this book means something to me, I think it's a good thing to read it. But I never have, and I feel somewhat guilty about that. And I'm not sure that it's going to be my thing because generally, your Brontes, your Jane Austens, your this and that are not my thing. But I should have read it by now because that's like her favorite book, and it's one that is public domain, I think. So it's like, it's certainly easy to find. It is not difficult to get your hands on a copy of it. I mean, yeah, no excuse. Number 3 is a book called Smashed by Lance Carbuncle. I've read about half, maybe 3/4 of it. And this was, okay, in 2020, pandemic was hitting hard, and there was some panic about like brick and mortar bookstores, specifically like your Powell's and the Strand and other stores like that, going out of business forever. And I was like, that would be really sad if these great brick and mortar bookstores went out of business forever. I know there was some some back and forth about Powell's, and I think the Strand especially in New York, because the owners of it are rich and the people who work there are not rich. That's the easiest way I can sum that up, probably. But, and I get that. That's like a thing. Especially like right now, it seems that we're all very attuned to the idea of like haves and have-nots and how hard should we support whatever. My feeling on it was kind of like, well, regardless of like the haves owning the bookstore and having more money and the have-nots, I was like, I want these kinds of bookstores to exist. So I'm gonna buy from them. And so, and I looked online too to figure out which ones you could actually buy from online. And like one negative thing I have to say about indie bookstores, a lot of them don't do a great job of putting their inventory online. So, and they don't have a robust system. I mean, a lot of them are like, call and ask if we have something. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. Especially because the books that I tend to ask for, I could have bought, I guess, a copy of Wuthering Heights. But the books I would usually buy from a bookstore are books that I can't get easily at the library or, from the library digitally. So they tend to be more off the beaten path, and they don't generally show up a lot in a used bookstore especially, so that's kind of a thing. So anyway, Smashed is a book that I decided in 2020 to buy from used books or from indie bookstores and to buy a bunch of books that had been on my Goodreads list like forever. like since I had started using Goodreads. So I don't know, probably 2014 or something like that. No, probably 2009, maybe. So, you know, we're talking about books that like I've had on my to read list for like 13 years. And, you know, the ones at the very beginning, for whatever reason, I've just never gotten to. And I was like, maybe I should just start reading through my book list. And we can tell how well that's going because Smashed is the first one. And so I did buy it among some others. And I'm only about halfway to 2/3 through it. It's good. I'm enjoying it. It's kind of wild. And it's like a bizarro Jack Kerouac book or something. And I say that as a compliment, even though I don't know that I'd be complimentary about Jack Kerouac. But so I feel like by now I should have read it and finished it and moved on to something else. But I haven't. Next is anything by Charles Dickens. I have never read a Charles Dickens book. So that seems like a gap in the old reading list. I think Charles Dickens, it's funny, like Charles Dickens or your Shakespeare or whatever, you kind of hear about like, I think Charles Dickens was sort of the James Patterson of his day, you know, and then now we're like, oh, this is classic literature. And so then of course you wonder like, is James Patterson going to be classic literature in 100 years or something? Which it might be. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. It's going to be different. Because with everything being available everywhere online forever, it could be very different. But we'll see. We'll see. There has to be by now at least one college course that's like James Patterson, right? Like James Patterson, novelist. I think he's given a bunch of scholarships to a school in Florida or something, which that's where he's from, so that's probably why. But makes me think like They should probably have some. They must have at least a James Patterson reading room or something, right? All right. Next is "Slouching Towards Bethlehem" by Joan Didion. That just seems like a blank space in my reading list. Is that a Taylor Swift song? I think that's a Taylor Swift song. I don't know. It's one I've wanted to read for a long time. And like a lot of people whose taste I trust seem to really like that one. And I've just never gotten to it. It just hasn't happened. I don't know what to say other than like, I should read it. I haven't. And that's why it's on the list. Number 6 is The Da Vinci Code by Dan Brown. I think that the thing with that is, you know, I've taken a shot at most of the sort of. I think there's always something interesting in reading like the It books of different times. You know, like you have to read a Harry Potter book. You have to read a Hunger Game. You have to read a Michael Crichton book. You have to read a Stephen King. I think it's good to give these things a try. And so the Da Vinci Code fits in that category for me because it's like, it's just one of those books that was like a huge sensation, but I don't know if anybody really talks about it anymore. It doesn't seem like it, right? It certainly doesn't seem to occupy the place that it once did. And it's not like one of those, you know, like an advantage a literary fiction has, like a Jonathan Franzen, right? Is that it seems like when Jonathan Franzen has the corrections, that's an It book, and then it falls out of favor in some ways, but it still has like a level of notoriety of some kind. It's not like everyone's reading it one day and then no one ever reads it again. It's one, you know, or Infinite Jest or something. It's like, that's a book that was read a lot when it came out, but is still like frequently on the bookshelf of a certain kind of person. Where the Da Vinci Code seems like a book that was incredibly huge, but then just sort of falls off the map. And I'm curious about that phenomenon. You know, like if you look at the bestsellers from different years in the past. It's kind of amazing how often there are bestsellers. I mean, this was less common in the, I don't know, 2000s forward. But like in the 70s, in the 80s, whatever, you look at like the 10 bestsellers from the year, and there's a bunch of books on there that you're like, I've never even heard of this shit. Number 7 is a book called Building Stories. This is in a huge box, and friend of the show, Val, got this for me many years ago. It's a Chris Ware, like, it's a book. I think it's got like a CD with it. There's a lot going on with it. And it's still in the shrink wrap. And I don't know why. I don't know why I've never... It feels like a project. It almost feels like something that I have to open when I'm like, I have an entire day to devote to building stories. And so maybe that's what I need to do to get that one read. It's just amazing, too, because I've had it for so long, and I've moved it from, like, apartment to apartment, and, you know, it's just been in my life as an object, but I've never dove into it yet, and I need to. I need to. I think the worst thing would be if it was terrible, because I'd be like, well, I should have done this a long time ago so I wasn't lugging this thing around so long. But then I'm like, maybe that's the worst thing, is if it's really good, because then I'm like, well, I'm going to continue lugging this around. It's kind of a lose-lose. Next is Swallowing a Donkey's Eye by Paul Tremblay. Tremblay? The reason I really want to read that one is it's been on my to-read list for a long time. And I feel a sense of regret because he's become a much bigger author in the sort of horror community. And he kind of emerged from like a bizarro literary sort of fringe area and is now like more popular in a sort of mainstream horror sense. And that's great. And I'm happy for him, and he deserves the success. But what sucks is this one has been on my list forever. It was one that I just found on the shelf at the library and was like, oh, this sounds like something I should read. It probably had a blurb from someone that I like. And I didn't do it. And now I regret it because I could have been the like ground floor of Paul Tremblay. I could have been the guy who was like telling everybody about how great this guy was. And then when he did become great, I would have been right. But I didn't do it. So that's like a missed opportunity. Next is Invisible Monsters Remix by Chuck Palahniuk. So Invisible Monsters Remix is basically the book Invisible Monsters as it was originally pitched. So what Chuck Palahniuk did, I'm going to just call him Chuck. I don't think we're best friends. I think of him as someone that I know, but I don't think of myself as someone he knows. Poonmaster Flex and I discussed this because I was like, well, I mean, I went to a workshop with him every week for a few months. And like, I flew out from Colorado to do it, and I didn't miss any of them. And like, I won a contest on his Substack a couple weeks ago. And I did do some Skype workshopping with him early in the pandemic because he did that for a while. And he liked the pieces I did quite a bit. But I have there's no part of me that thinks if I met him at a signing, he would recognize me. You know what I mean? And that's fine. Because here's the thing. To me, he's Chuck Palahniuk. To him, I'm, a guy. I'm one of many guys who have occupied that sort of space in his life of, I've done a workshop with him or talked writing with him or whatever. I'm sure he's had many, many, many people in his life like that. But anyway, Invisible Monsters Remix by my good buddy Chuck is Invisible Monsters is, I think his first published book. And it's good. It's a good one. It's solid. I think more people should read it. I think they would enjoy it. But I'm clearly biased. I'm biased. Hello, I'm biased. So the way he originally intended Invisible Monsters Remix was it was like a non-linear story. Because when he was writing it, he kind of thought of it like flipping through the channels on MTV, because that's like something he was doing a lot at the time. So he was thinking about like, oh, this is what it's like when you, you're channel surfing, blah, blah, blah. And like, this is kind of how I want to recreate that in a book. So it's like a non-linear thing. Like you finish a section and then you go to another section, but you don't necessarily go to the next section. You don't go from page 2 to 3. You might go from page 2 to page 9. So it's a little choose your own adventure-y, and you kind of skip around. You could read it in any order you wanted. You could read it straight through, or you could go in sort of a prescribed order. I'm especially curious to try it because I'm suspicious that what happens in it is like if you go in the sort of prescribed order, maybe you might miss some things. Like there might be some sections in there that you skip over if you go in the prescribed order. Sort of like a hidden track on a CD, which is a thing people used to do because you used to listen to a CD straight through. Grandpa's going to tell you how CDs worked. So anyway, I'm curious just to see what that's like. It's been a long, long time since I read Invisible Monsters. I mean, like 20 years. So, I feel like I could read it again in its original form, or I could read it in this form and probably enjoy it. It's also, I think, his only book that I haven't read. So, that obviously puts on an extra like onus to read it. Man, was that clever or what? So that's Invisible Monsters Remix. Last, number 10, I've got Death in Yellowstone. This is about horrific ways people have died in Yellowstone National Park. A lot of falling into, boiling sulfur pits and shit like that. This seems like something I would enjoy. I'm a horrible person, but there you go. It seems like something I would enjoy. It seems up my alley. It seems like it's written in a way that would speak to me. So I don't know why I haven't gotten to it yet, and I feel like it's a personal crime against myself that I've committed against myself. So Death in Yellowstone is also on the list.
You're not gonna say it, somebody should. Let's talk about two time. Let's talk about bum wine, yeah. You're asking the questions that nobody could. Like where the both of them, are they in harmony? Help for Snowman.
Okay, we're back in the saddle. I had to stop to drain a whistle and wet a whistle. My lovely car, which I adore. I really do. The AC has finally given up the ghost. So I do tend to get a little parched when driving in the sun like this. And I cannot roll down the windows really. I definitely can't while I'm trying to do this. So I'm sacrificing for you fucks. We went a long time though without me calling anyone a name here. But anyway, we're back on the road again. All right, should we get to our next list? Why did they get called listicles? It sounds like testicles. So I guess I understand the appeal of that, but I don't know. Okay. This is list number 3. This is advice for building your home library. As a librarian and owner of Pete's Occult Books, owner, operator, CEO, CFO, CCO, that's Chief Creative Officer. I have some tips for running your own library. Number 1, don't try to impress anyone with your home library. Building a home library with the intention of impressing people is dumb. And it doesn't work. And also, people aren't really going to see, you'll have the fantasy in your head. And feel free to have a fantasy in your head, because life without fantasy in your head is boring. But if you kind of like go about having a home library with having a fantasy in your head, what ends up happening is you build a library that's not for you. It's for this fantasy encounter you'll never have. And so, you got to remember it's kind of for you. I mean, it's totally for you. That's the whole point. So yeah, I recommend making sure it's for you, and don't keep something out of your home library because you're like, ugh, that's the Da Vinci Code. No one's going to be impressed by that. But don't add something to your library either because you're like, Charles Dickens, infinite jest. People will be impressed by this. Dumb way to run a library at your home. Number 2 is to keep books in your home library that you enjoy as objects outside of just their narratives. So what that means is keep books that you've had an experience with. I have a book that I took with me when I was visiting friend of the show, Ian, in Morocco, right? And it kind of holds this special place in my heart. Or I have books that I was given as gifts from friends that have, a different meaning to me. And I really encourage keeping those sorts of things over keeping a book that you're like, that's a really good book. The reason is home libraries tend to spiral out of control. And, if you enjoyed the book, but it's are you really going to read it again? Are you going to give it away to somebody else? And if the answer to those two things is no, then the only reason to keep it is because it's it has some kind of other meaning or something special about it to you. And that's a good reason to keep a book, though. So keep that in mind. 3 is if you're getting out of control, I think it's reasonable to limit yourself to a certain amount of space. So one effective way to sort of manage the size of your library is to say, I have this shelf or set of shelves, and whatever fits on there, I can keep. And once that's full, I'm going to have to go a 1 in, 1 out policy. And that's just going to be how I roll from now on. That's a pretty quick and easy, quick and dirty way to keep your library in control. Number 4, home libraries are for people who own their homes, not rent. So if you want to have an extensive home library, I think you got to own your house. And I am not a house owner. And the reason I say this tip is because moving books are the worst thing to move, as far as the weight ratio to whatever is horrible. And they're not necessities per se. And moving a library is some of the worst work in the world. And I think that's why I found myself in a situation. So my first apartment, the second technically helpful Snowman studio, was in the larger bedroom of that 2-bedroom apartment, which was a horrible mistake because that bedroom had the AC unit, and I should have used that to sleep in. But eventually I turned it into a studio, and I bought long oak boards and a bunch of bricks and made basically an entire wall into a bookshelf. And the reason I did that is because I had so many fucking books, because at the time, the library I worked at was weeding a lot of stuff it was weeding a lot of stuff in general. And it was stuff that wasn't necessarily in bad shape. And I was like, I want to read this. I want to read this. I think most library staff go through a phase where they're like, I can't believe they're throwing these books out. I'm going to save them and definitely going to read them at some point. And you're not, but it's okay. It's okay to do that. You know what I mean? It's okay to think you're going to read it. So anyway, I had this entire wall of books. I had a headboard on my bed that was hollow underneath, and I completely filled up the hollow space with books. You know, I had books under the bed, just coming out of my ass. And this is a huge pain to move. It's like owning a 180-pound dog too, where it kind of restricts because you're like. So I moved into a much smaller apartment after that, and I was like, boy, I'm kind of limited where I can move because I don't have room for all these books. And like, I even still had books coming out of everywhere when I moved there, and I had some alternative shelving and stuff, but I had to get rid of a bunch. So I think a good idea is to really build your library once you have a place to live that's pretty permanent. Another tip I'll just give on that too is when you're moving, I advise you to pack your books not all together. So in other words, put some in with your dishes, put some in with your clothes, put some in here, some in there. That way you don't have like one box that weighs, 50 pounds. 5, don't invent fantasies for what you'll do with your books years and years from now. So in other words, don't keep a book because you're like, oh, at some point I'm going to have a front yard and I'll put a little free library and this book will be in it, stuff like that. The problem with doing stuff like that is you'll end up keeping a lot of stuff you really shouldn't. And really the way to do this sort of thing is to do the thing first. Once you have the little free library, that's when it's time to go apeshit. But until you have the little free library, it's really not the time to go apeshit quite yet. So have the space for them first, have the way to manage them first, then have the things. Number 6 is to loan things out to your friends always and don't be uptight about it. The thing is, like, owning a book, I mean, okay, if it's like your family Bible, yeah, fuck that. But other than that, I really think you should loan out your books. And like, don't be uptight about it means, don't get all upset if like somebody borrows your book and they bend the corners or something like that. I mean, it's fine. Because really it is fine. It's not going to be a big deal. It's not going to be a problem. You're going to be okay. So, that's kind of the fun. Part of the fun of having a home library is like spreading the love. So, loan them out to people. I mean, most of the books I've loaned out to people, I never got back, or I got back in shabby condition or something like that. Just as like a side note to people who borrow books, and then let's say you borrow a book and something happens to it. And so you're like, oh crap, I spilled something on this book, whatever. If it's ruined, buy them a new one. And just tell them, just be straight up, just be like, look, this is completely ruined. I have fucked up this book big time. So, I had to replace it. That's just what needed to happen. So, and that's the way to go. If you just sort of minorly damaged it, let's say you dinged a corner or something, you can tell them about it. But tell them, like, either you want to replace that book, or if that book's meaning is as an object, again, like they're like, oh, that's my copy of X, and it's meaningful to me because of Y. Say, well, here's the deal. I'm either going to replace this book for you or buy you another book of your choosing. So just let me know. What you don't want to do is just keep it and like you kind of keep it for a long time because you're embarrassed to give it back to them. Because as someone who's been in that boat before, it's like, listen, man, I get what you're doing, but like, come on. It's sort of annoying. And it's sort of like a pain in the ass. And you're sort of, I don't know, you're just like putting off the problem. and that never really works. Let's see what's next. Keep your library in proportion to your like reading/consumption level. So like another way to manage the size, most of these tips are like managing the size of your library, because I think people who have a home library, that's probably where they're at as far as what they need help with. And the thing with that is I think that you should be realistic about how much you read, and then probably look at, well, look, if I'm reading this much, here's how much I would probably get through in a month, a year, or whatever. A day, a week, a month, or even a year. So if that's what you would get through in, a year, maybe that's another way to consider managing the size of your library. Right? Work? All right. Hang on just a minute. I'm in Rush, Colorado. Rush. Okay, the next one is if there's something like new, and something that's not from like one of your top 5 authors or whatever. If you can read it for free, do it, because you can always buy it later. Most things are going to be available to buy. Most things don't get super expensive, or at least if they get super expensive, it takes a while. So, you've got a good long period where it's like, well, look, this book isn't going to be pricey, and it's going to be highly available. So, read it first, see if it's something you need to buy, and then buy it. And I know a lot of people are kind of, you have this weird instinct as a collector of books of like, well, if I read it, then there's no point in buying it. And I agree with that. And that's kind of why I'm advising going that route. Okay, next is to split up your library a little bit. So keep a book in your trunk. Keep a book if you have like a bag that you always take when you travel, if you have like a bag, you take it back and forth from work. Each of these places, if you have an office, keep one at your desk. Just kind of keep a book anywhere you might be and might end up having some free time, basically. You'll end up reading a lot more that way, honestly. And like, you'll enjoy it. You will enjoy reading that way. And, you'll kind of find chances to be surprised by books. You'll find opportunities to read that you weren't really expecting, stuff like that. All right, next. A carefully curated 10-book collection is as effective as a huge collection of nonsense. So, I do really encourage being choosy about your home library. And it's like, size isn't the biggest thing. Size isn't the most important thing. Insert penis joke here. Insert penis into penis joke here. But, if you had to get down to like one bookshelf of your absolute favorites, you would probably find that to be like an actually useful and interesting exercise. And, if you can get that same effect from 10 books you really love, because when you look at that bookshelf, if it's like 10 books that you're just like, each of these books holds so many memories for me. Each of these books, I'll give you an example of, because I keep kind of talking about this object thing. Chuck Palahniuk's Survivor was his first book that I read, so I obviously have a love for that. But also, I read it, I loaned it to a friend, he loaned it to a friend. They both like underlined some passages in it and stuff like that. And then ultimately I ended up getting a tattoo. The only tattoo I have is from a line in that book. So I have this like wonderfully sort of worn out copy, and like that exchanged hands with, good friends at the time. And it's like an object. It's a thing, and it makes me think of that time and that place. And, it's just a nice thing to have around. So there you go. So like every time I see that book, I think about those things, right? And Or like every time I see Tom Spanbauer's In the City of Shy Hunters on my bookshelf, I think of how that book made me feel. And it's a wonderful way to sort of reminisce about books or experience books or what have you. All right. This is list number 24. Merch items I would like to make for this podcast someday. So these are things that I was like, if I had like a Patreon where I did merch, which I don't, but maybe I will someday. I don't know. The problem is what I really need to do in order to do that is figure out how much it costs to make this stuff, and then how much I can stand to lose financially and be like, all right, this is how much I can do for a year of merch and how much I can lose. Here's how much all this would cost. And then if I can get anyone to sign up for this tier of Patreon, great. But if not, then whatever. All right, number 1 is an air freshener. There's a website where you can make like custom air fresheners and you can choose the scent and stuff. Now, the risk here, obviously, is that choosing a scent of air freshener online is kind of a mistake, most likely. And I honestly, if I'm going to do that, what I should probably be doing is like, I don't know if you can get a sample book from them, like a carpet sample, but it's scents or something. Because I'm like, chances are almost all of these scents are intolerable. But I figure why not? I also figure it's like maybe what would happen is if I had all these air fresheners, they would end up like in a 7 scenario where there's like 1 million of them hanging from the ceiling in an apartment with a mostly dead guy to cover up the scent of his rotting corpse. And, you can't buy marketing like that. Number 2 is whoopee cushions. We actually got those for the library. I don't know whose idea that was, but it was kind of a great idea because kids love that shit. I don't know how their parents feel about it, but kids love it. Now, if you really wanted to go into library marketing, somebody should make a sort of bookmark-shaped whoopee cushion, because then you put it in your book and then your book farts when you close it. And that's going to entertain a kid and an adult Pete forever. Number 3 is a Viewmaster and Viewmaster reel that would go along with an episode. So the way that would work is like the Viewmaster is that red thing that looks like binoculars, and then you put the little white disc with sort of slides in it. And the way that would work is then I would have a podcast with visuals, and then there'd be a beep, and at the sound of the beep, you advance to the next slide. That's kind of how, okay, I'm old enough to, that was like a thing that they still had at my elementary school. Here's something weird about my age and my school and whatnot. I went to school in the late 80s and early 90s. But I went to a school in what was at that time small town Colorado, and not much money was in the school. So the thing is the things that I experienced weren't exactly like vanguard of education is like not even a question. Minimum standard is probably, I went to a school where my mom was telling me years ago that the school she went to, band class, was the teacher showed them pictures of musical instruments. Like, this is what a saxophone looks like. And I was like, that's exactly what happened in my band class. Like, we had a few instruments, like mostly xylophones and shit. But there was like a day where it's like, this is what an oboe looks like. This is what a trumpet looks like. And then when we went to middle school, we had like real band. So you had to pick an instrument, basically having never touched or even heard some of them. Did I know what a clarinet did? No. So anyway, Viewmaster podcast. Number 4 is a custom car badge. So this is like the metal badge that you put on your car, that says Toyota or whatever. I just want one that looks like that, but is a helpful snowman thing. But here's the thing. Here's why I suck at merch, too. I want a thing that's basically an inside joke. Like, I made a t-shirt for Periscope beers, which is a thing I talked about long ago, which is the name for when people like through a crowd at a concert walk, and the way they decide to like the best way to get through a crowd if you've got a beer is to hold it way above your head. And like maybe the idea there is that you're signaling to people like, hey, I have a beer, so watch out. And I'm not going to spill it directly on my chest. But anyway, I think it's sort of silly because I'm like, well, you're just going to spill it on your head or somebody else's head or whatever. Like, this is craziness. I don't know what it is about human instinct that it's like, you know, the best way to get through a crowd with a beer is to hold it as high as possible. But that seems to be what someone decided at some point somewhere. So I made a shirt that's like Periscope Beer Company, you know, Periscope Brewing Company, something. And it's like a really long arm holding up a beer. And so, because I think that's funny. But the thing is that's that's like from one episode of this podcast that nobody listens to. So, like whenever I do something like a car badge, I don't want to do Helpful Snowman Podcast and just put that on a car badge. I want to have something like an inside joke, but it's going to be an inside joke on something that nobody's inside of. So no one's even going to know it's a joke. But at the same time, that makes it great. Number 5 is a red rubber keychain. I don't know what it is about this keychain, but like, okay, when I was a kid, every bank, every car dealership, every whatever had the same, it's like a red, mostly translucent, mostly somewhat transparent rectangle with rounded corners, and then printed on the keychain in white ink, always white, is like the business name. And maybe a logo if you're lucky. Now, the reason I want this is because I want this as merch is just because it's like something that speaks to this old part of my soul. But it's also because like, to some reason, to me, because I saw so many of those as a kid, that speaks to me. To me, that says official, real thing. This is a thing that's happening. Also, I can just remember how they smell. And I'm like, I haven't smelled one of those things in forever. But I feel like if I smelled it, I would be transported back to another time and place. So, you know, it's partially because I'm a weirdo. Next is a custom Pez dispenser, which in a way I could probably just do on the cheap because I'm like, well, they make a Snowman Pez dispenser, but I want one where the head of it is a snowman, but it looks like a cheap snowman that I drew in MS Paint. Would I consider getting a 3D printer just to do this? Yes, of course I would. Number 7 is a slidey pen. So you know the kind of pen, it's like, oh, there's a lady in a bikini, you turn it upside down and her bikini disappears. And it's always like a drawing of a lady. So I'm like, well, you know there's somebody out there who jerked off to a slidey pen. It has to have happened. But I want one like that. I don't know what it would be. I haven't decided what would slide to reveal what. And I don't know how that would work out or whatever, but that's what I want. That's what I want. Number 8 is yard signs, like political yard signs. This would have to be during a presidential campaign year. Although this one has fallen out of favor with me a little because like now it's more common to see a yard sign that's like, in this house we believe in, etc., etc. You know, and there are also parodies of like this house we believe in justice and equity and da-da-da-da. And then there's the parody ones of this house we believe in Bigfoot and Sasquatch and Yetis and whatever. I don't know, and I don't think that those are like mocking the beliefs of people who have those real signs. I think it's just fun. But anyway, I think I might have been beaten to the punch on that one. I'm not sure. Next is custom printed toilet paper, number 9. I mean, that seems like a slam dunk for this show. I feel like custom printed toilet paper is not going to be like friendly on the ass. I mean, I don't know why. I just feel like you're probably sacrificing comfort for looks. As we do in many things in life, you know, you have to sometimes make a choice between comfort and appearance. I did buy a friend of the show, Alec, for Christmas last year. So Marvel released a toilet paper that had like a Incredible Hulk and a Spider-Man story on it. So like each sheet of the toilet paper is a comic panel, basically. So I guess you would read the comics over a series of dumps, or if you're getting a colonoscopy, you could do it all at once. Although again, I would be like, I'm not gonna risk it with some weird toilet paper that was printed in the 70s, probably with inks that came from China and may contain lead. You know what I mean? Like, when I'm gonna be wiping my ass 100 times tomorrow, it's gonna be uncomfortable no matter how you slice it. God forbid you slice it. But no matter how delicate you are, it's gonna be uncomfortable. So I think best practice here is probably to go ahead and just like use a real toilet paper on your colonoscopy. And then number 10 is foam fingers, like you would see at an athletic competition. I don't know why that one appeals to me. So I think that one just appeals to me because of its outright lack of utility and uselessness, and sort of like there's no use for that. And it's kind of big and it's obnoxious. It's all the things that I want this show to be. All right, next list. This is list number 17, writing advice. So these are some ideas and things I've collected over the years. This is not me saying like, hey, I know how to write, do it how I do it. This is more like things that I've learned from other people or from experience that have made it a lot easier for me. So this might be good for you if you are writing a short story or something, but also this is helpful for you if you have to write something. And a lot of us end up in a situation where we have to write something. Best man speech, eulogy, you know, something like that. And this is, you know, just some helpful hints. These are the best things that I've sort of gleaned from many, many years of doing this and attempting it. And, you know, it might save you some time and effort down the road. Number 1 is to use one instance and not do ongoing instances or ongoing action. So I'll give you an example of that. Let's say you're writing a eulogy for your dad. I don't know why I take it to that dark place. But you're writing a eulogy for your dad, and you want to talk about how your dad was like a very honest person. You could say, my dad was always honest. He always told the truth, even when it wasn't easy. My dad was someone you could ask any question, and he would always tell you the right, the truthful answer. Or if he didn't know, he would say, I don't know. And you could do that, and that sort of expresses it. But what's sometimes works better is to talk about a single instance. In this case, when your dad was very honest, you know, maybe outrageously honest, or maybe just like unusually honest. And if you can talk about something like that, that really brings the person to life in a different sort of way. It makes the point you're getting across seem more, I don't know, alive. And it makes the person feel alive. So you might say, one time I asked my dad about whether or not he'd ever driven drunk. And he told me a story about when he had, and it went like this. And, while he was telling me the story, he was like rubbing his hands together, and I could tell it was making him extremely uncomfortable. And, he kind of scooted away from me while he was telling the story at one point. And I could tell it was killing him to tell me this, but that's how honest he was. He couldn't not tell me the truth, even when the truth was something that made him look really bad. So if you do it that way, it may be more effective. It may kind of express to me the relationship you and your dad had. It tells me about him as a person, because you get to tell me the way he told you. You know what I mean? And you get to put more of him in the story, so on and so forth. So that's singular instance as opposed to ongoing action. Number 2 is a really easy one, but I think everybody, if you can, keep a paper and pen on you all the time. It can even just be one sheet of paper you fold up and put in your back pocket. You know what I mean? I know girls' jeans pockets are horrible, but you can fit a sheet of paper in it and fold it up, and you won't even know it's there. And you'll probably put one through the washing machine and the dryer several times, and that's kind of annoying. But I think the thing is, if you're trying to write something, whether or not you're a constant writer or you're like just a one-time thing, if you keep that with you all the time, what's good about it is you won't forget things, which is nice. But I think an underrated sort of aspect of it as well is that when you think of something and then you write it down, you can sort of close that tab in your brain. Or if you think of the next step in your story and write it down, then you can move on to the one after that instead of sort of recycling that one over and over in your brain because you're trying to not forget it. So it kind of gives you a immediate closure in not an emotional sense, but in a practical sense. So I think keeping something on you to write all the time is a really good idea. And I think it's good too to have it be paper and pen. A lot of people can make notes in their phones, and there's a writer, Bud Smith, who I think he's written most of his books on his phone because he works construction. So he'll find himself in the cab of a backhoe or something, and he just has to sit and wait for somebody else to do something. So he'll just type out a chapter on his phone. But, that takes a lot of sort of, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. You have to have a certain mindset to do that, because when you're doing that, you're not checking social media, you're not doing other things. If the way that you type or write is you have to sort of go navigate past those other items first, it's going to be harder for you. Number 3 is the benefits of writing longhand. Everything that I write, if I write it out in longhand first and then go back and type it, it just turns out better. I have theories about it. I mean, I'm not a super fast typer, but I'm good. Especially if I'm not copying something, if I'm just going from my head. But I think that sometimes you can type a little bit faster, or as fast as you can think, really. Whereas with longhand, it's a little slower. I can't write longhand as fast as I can think. And I think that it just sort of gives your brain an opportunity to sort of craft as you go. And I think that's a great thing to do if you can do it. And if you give yourself the time to do it by writing longhand, I think you'll be pretty happy with the results. Number 4 is draft. I think a lot of people, we talk about people who write each sentence perfect as they go versus people who kind of just go crazy and then revise. But I think the bigger deal is to look at why you're writing perfectly as you go And if you're writing perfectly as you go because you think it'll be less work to go back and revise it that way, like you won't have to do the revision, that's a terrible way to think. Like, there is no such thing as a story that is better in its first draft than its second draft. And sometimes I will hear from people, or I will get the sense from people that they feel like their story, they're worried that they will like draft their story to death. You know, they'll overdraft it, they'll over edit it or something. And that's a thing that's possible to do, but it's extremely, extremely unlikely. And like for every person who has overdrafted a story, there are like 1,000 stories that could have used one more draft. Maybe another reassurance on that. Like the only time I've really run into stuff that I think was overdrafted, overdrafted your story. It should come with a penalty, just like your bank account. The only time I really ran into something that I felt was overdrafted was I was briefly part of this writing group. And one of the members of this writing group had like a teen sort of horror novel she was working on. And so when I read the first chapter and it felt weird and I couldn't figure out why. And I had never met this person before. So then when I met her and she kind of explained the whole thing, then I understood. And what I understood was, so she'd sent this out to a bunch of editors and other people who had told her, do this, do that, and, you know, like book coaches and things. So, like, the thing is, you got to be careful about editors and book coaches that are for hire as opposed to somebody who works for, like, a publisher. If the editor works for the publisher and they've, like, accepted your book and the editor's saying, like, try this and that, it's probably worth listening because they have a stake in your novel's success. If you just hired someone to do editing on your book, the problem is you're not going to hire someone and then hear back, this is actually really good, and I wouldn't make a lot of big changes to this. But the other problem is, like, when the editor works for the publisher, they know what the publisher wants. They know what their market, the people they sell to, want. So they can edit the book in such a way that perhaps orients it towards those tastes, right? When you just have a freelance editor who's not associated with anything, they don't necessarily have like that point of reference to say, oh, like here's what our audience likes. Here's what they want. Anyway, so she had sent this out to several people like this. And each of them had kind of given her something different, and she tried to incorporate all the different advice into the same story. And she also was very into this like codified way of writing where it's like by page X, Y should happen, by page Z, A should happen, you know, stuff like that. To the point where it was like, look, I understand that that's like how, you know, that can be a useful way to look at a story and decide like whether you're way off or not. But if you get too caught up in that, if you get like too like these are the rules, and if I don't do it exactly on this page, if I'm a half page early or a half page late, it's fucked. You're gonna have problems. Anyway, draft. Number 5. No, you do not do your best work when you procrastinate. I've heard this from so many people who think that. And let me tell you, every time I've been in a workshop and someone brought a story they did that day or the day before, you could tell. You could tell the difference between the person who had been working on a story for a long time and the person who brought a story that they'd barely thought about. Or, you know, they'd thought about, but barely worked on. The thing is, I think people have the idea that they do their best work when they procrastinate because they've had some successes when they procrastinated. But the problem is, if you play out the logic on it, it's not like you know. So you don't have the version where you procrastinated and then an alternate universe version where you didn't procrastinate. And you can't compare those two versions and be like, well, okay, I think people do their passable work when they procrastinate often, but I don't think they do their best work when they procrastinate. So if you have to write something, or if you're trying to write something, don't procrastinate. Or if you're going to procrastinate later. Procrastinate your procrastination. Write the first draft, and then, don't go back and fix it up and redraft it until, the 0 hour. Because then if you go back and you have something to sort of work off of in the 0 hour, as opposed to having to make it from whole cloth starting right then, you'll be much happier with the result. All right, this is a weird specific one. Go through your work and try to eliminate as many ing verbs as you can. So, walking. He was walking. If you can change that to something else, you'll be happier with it. And the way this works is, it's kind of a sneaky way to go through your work. And one thing I do like to do is give people a way to draft their work. So in other words, I say like revise, draft, whatever. But I think sometimes just saying that isn't that helpful, right? Because it's like, well, what do I look for? Like, what do I do? So that does give people something to look for or think about when they're drafting. The other thing is, though, ing verbs are usually a signal that you could put in something more descriptive without being super flowery, right? So instead of he was walking, you can describe a little bit more of what that looked like, or, how he's walking, or what his walk says to you as narrator. And that adds, it's like adding a little flavor to the story. It's a little seasoning to the story. But that's just a good thing, too, that you can kind of go through. I'm not saying you got to get rid of every single one. When I worked with Tom, he would do that. He would be like, get rid of this, get rid of that, and I eventually had it sort of drilled into my head of like, if you have an ing verb, he's just going to tell you to take it out, so you might as well not put it in there. But then it works out in your favor, because eventually you start looking at your drafts and looking at your work, and when you have an ing verb, you're like, where can I push this? I think that's what I'm trying to get at here, is like, when you see an ing verb, that's usually an opportunity to just push it a little further. Take it a little further, do something more with it. 7 is to read your work out loud, but not just read it out loud, read it out loud. I discovered there's a big difference between sort of mumbling and reading your story aloud, and reading it aloud as if you're like performing it to an audience. And like, if you read it out loud, and imagine you're on a stage and the mic is not working. So, you're on a stage and you're not like, this isn't fucking Radio City Music Hall, but you're like at a bar, right? And it's not like the rowdiest bar. It's not the bar from Pee-wee's Big Adventure. But, it's a little bit, there's people chatting and stuff. So you do have to kind of command attention of the room. Reading out loud is a good thing to do, and it will help your work. But if you read it out very loud, I think it does take it that next step. It does give you even a little bit more than you would get from reading it out loud, but not with the volume and the intensity, and not with that sort of performance aspect of it. I think the thing is, when you do it that way, the things that are that you could fix really stick out. Next is killing your darlings. I saw there was like there's been lately an online kerfuffle about this, which is dumb. And I think it's mostly because the way to get attention in a writery circle online is to like say something extreme. And a good way to say something extreme is to say like, oh, this piece of wisdom that everybody uses is wrong. Let me tell you about how everybody is dumb except for me. And, that works because people will either be like, I like that. I like fighting against the common wisdom. Or they'll be like, are you fucking crazy? That's wrong. And then it turns into this whole thing. The one I saw, the big like blow up on this one was kind of about like, Basically, somebody was saying that like Kill Your Darlings is like, you know, that same old same white patriarchal da 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 da. And I understand people don't like that stuff, and I understand why. I just sort of am like, I don't think that's what's happening here. I don't think that's what we're getting into. What Killing Your Darlings just means to me is like, sometimes you craft something really great, something really that you put a lot of work and love into, and sometimes that thing is genuinely good. You know, like let's say a chapter of your book and you're like, this is good stuff, like this is good material and whatever, but you gotta get rid of some of that stuff, because if you don't, your book's just gonna be bloated, it's gonna have too much stuff in it, and like, the thing is, a book should be a lean machine. It should be kind of like everything that it needs and nothing else. And honestly, for me, a book that's like, I could have used a couple more sections in it is probably better than a book that's like, this had a couple chapters that I didn't need. Do you know what I mean? It's like, if you've seen Stranger Things, I think it was season 3 where 11 goes to the city and meets up with like the hip mutant kids or whatever, the, you know, Generation X, by which I mean the sort of X-Men spin-off team, not the Generation. Hello, fellow mutants sort of story. Like, that didn't need to be in there, and it just felt like, well, having that in there makes it feel like it's just an extra thing I don't need, and even if it's not bad, I'm like, no, I don't. I'd rather have one less episode than an episode that's filler. So that's what I mean by Kill Your Darlings. I'm sure somebody involved in making that show was like, no, we need this for this reason, or this has to exist for this reason, and like put a lot of time and effort and care into that episode. But if you don't need it, you don't need it. End of story. Number 9 is, we kind of talked about this in a previous show, so I won't belabor it, but in my opinion, nothing is off limits to write. So, you know, there is like hubbub these days about like own voices, and like, should Pete write a story about a young Puerto Rican immigrant woman trying to raise a family in Brooklyn? And, you know, a lot of people would say probably not. I don't particularly have interest in that because I don't know anything about it, but let's just say I wanted to. I encourage everybody to write the story, and then write the story, see what it's like, and, you know, then figure out whether or not it's a good idea. Because the thing is, in my opinion, you can write anything. When you go to publish it or you go to make money off it and you commoditize it and stuff like that, you know, that's a different responsibility. That's a different thing. And, you know, it's like, I think people can write characters who aren't like themselves, or they can write things that are transgressive, or they can do these other things, depending on how it's handled and how good a job they do and so on and so forth. And I think most people would agree with that. But so the thing is like, when somebody has an idea, you can't really evaluate that sort of thing on the idea. You have to have the book, and you have to have the story, and you have to be able to look at it and say, like, does this do these things? Does this do that? What's the tone of this like? You know, so on and so forth. And that's the stage at which you can decide whether or not it's like appropriate. Number 10, don't think about selling until you write the thing. So I think this is like a combination of a lot of this advice. I mean, the one I just said, but also like the person writing the book from the group I was in, who like had gone to a bunch of editors and was like, best-selling teen novels do this and that. I really do believe in that. I believe it's like, you got to write the thing before you can think about how to sell the thing. And like, don't get discouraged if you're writing something because you're like, I don't know what the market for this is. I don't know what genre this fits in. Like, fuck that. Genre doesn't matter. Genre is about, like, how they sell the book, how they categorize the book and put it in front of the right people to read it. But it's not something that the book has to have before it's created or in its creation. I mean, it can. If you're like, I want to write like a thriller, then, you can, make your decisions as you're going that you're like, what's more interesting? What's more thrilling, if you will? But, you don't have to come up with it first, is what I'm saying. Boom. That's another list down. I put list down. They don't get up again because I throw them on the floor in the car. Ta-dun-dun-dun. All right. This is 27 fast food-based romance novels that I came up with after reading KFC's Tender Wings of Desire. So a disaster happened. I record a podcast with my work friend Megan. And it's Why Did You Read That? And it's, we talk about books we've read, and because we have very differing tastes, but I think we both find each other's taste interesting. And the good thing is, if you have two people with differing tastes and you talk about a lot of books, you can probably hit a pretty wide swath of people with books. So as part of this podcast, I read Tender Wings of Desire, which was a romance novel that Kentucky Fried Chicken put out as a marketing stunt. Now, here's what sucks about Tender Wings of Desire. It's like the most boring paint-by-numbers romance I've ever read. And I haven't read many romances, so that doesn't mean much. But, it felt like something that if someone was come up with a quick, the most generic romance plot you can think of. And I'd be like, okay, there's a woman. She's promised to some man she doesn't feel a spark with. So she escapes in the night. And she gets a job at a bar. She meets a guy. And they fall madly in love. They have to sort of split apart for some reason that doesn't make sense. There's an incident that happens that causes them to be like, oh my God, maybe this isn't the right thing. And of course it is the right thing, and that's the end. That is how Tender Wings of Desire worked. And if it wasn't for the character, the main man being named Harlan Sanders, and, it turns out, so she wanted to escape her life as a lady. And I don't mean a lady a female, a woman. I mean a lady a lord and a lady. So she goes to, work in this bar, and she kind of leaves her uppity, upper class life behind, right? But so then she meets Harlan Sanders, who's just being a fisherman. But then it turns out that he is, the head of a chicken empire, as they put it, in the United States. And so at some point he gets called to go back home. And she's really pissed off because she's like, I was honest with you and told you that I had left this life behind. And then you basically have that same life, but you didn't tell me about it. What the hell? And so she's mad because he's a rich guy with a chicken empire who's really super nice, and she loves him a lot. And also he kind of wanted to leave the empire behind for a while and just live a normal, quiet life. Anyway, so I came up with 10 other fast food-based romance premises that I was like, these are better than Tender Wings of Desire because they're actually stories. Because the biggest disappointment, I think, of Tender Wings of Desire is I was like, why? Well, because this is number 6 on this list is a KFC one, right? I was like, why wouldn't you do it like this? Okay, it happens in the United States. And she has come to the United States from England, where she was a lady. And, same story, but she managed to make her way to the United States. And she's working on a chicken farm in Kentucky. And, she went there because she loves the rolling hills and blah, blah, blah. And the owner of the farm is this Kentucky colonel, and he's this proper man and blah, blah, blah. And so, but he's known for being strict with the workers. Like he doesn't fraternize with the workers because that would be inappropriate. So he keeps that a strong boundary. See, and this is great because this like idea of, not fraternizing with the workers really appeals to today's audience. Because it's like, oh, okay, he doesn't want to have a power imbalance. And that's a way of, and that's how he pitches it, by the way. He's not like, oh, that's lowering myself. He's like, no, there's a power imbalance. It would be unfair. Now, the women all like him because, he's handsome and dashing and roguish. I don't know. Whatever good qualities Harlan Sanders had. But so the ladies LL Colonel Sanders, but he won't fraternize with them. But this lady comes along and she is something special. But he especially catches his eye and attention because she's got this habit of she always brings her lunch in a red and white striped bucket. And, so she fled England, and the man she was promised to in England was nice enough, and he was the head of a hamburger empire, and he was bringing this American hamburger company to England. He was going to open up their first store in England. And she tasted the burgers and she's just like, I don't know what everybody else sees in this. I don't taste anything. I want to taste the herbs and spices of life. And so then she tastes the Colonel's chicken. That's not a metaphor at first. And, she falls in love with him because he's like everything that her old man wasn't. And then he falls in love with her and is, attracted to this bucket idea, and the rest writes itself. Okay, number 1 is Dairy Queen. So Dairy Queen is about it's the Dairy Princess, right? Because her dad is known as the Dairy King. And he runs this amazing ice cream stand that everybody loves, and it's so good, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like in the heartland of dairy country. It's like in Wisconsin or something, right? And it's like the ice cream is so good that they have a line around the block even in the winter. Like people love going there, and everybody loves the Dairy King, and there's a parade, and he gives back to the community. It's great. And he has a daughter, and so she's the Dairy Princess, and she's known around town for that, and da-da-da-da. The Dairy Princess meets up with a guy who is lactose intolerant. Tun-tun-tun! But she falls in love with him before she knows that. And then she finds out he's lactose intolerant, and it's like, oh my God, is this ever going to work? Are they star-crossed lovers? But then she's like, well, I can make froyo and stuff for him. But then, of course, Dad steps in and is like, no daughter of mine is going to make frozen yogurt at the Dairy King stand. This cannot stand, I guess. This just doesn't work. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have to find somebody else. There's many fish in the sea, and most of them can eat dairy. I have no idea if fish can eat dairy, but I'm guessing they can. It seems like animals can eat anything, except for domesticated animals, which are like, a cat will die if it eats a grape or something. Anyway, that's the setup for that one. Number 2 is Burger King. So the Burger King is a king who, because of a horrible curse of a witch that was placed on him, he's frozen in this sort of horrible plasticky grimace, and his entire body has this like plasticky hard appearance. Basically, he's the creepy king from the commercials, right? And so, he was cursed to be like that forever, and only by finding the love of the right woman or man. Burger King could be progressive, right? I don't know. Let's say it can. Only by finding the right man to love him can he unfreeze himself from this horrible curse. McDonald's. All right, this one's weird. I'm like, here are these other premises, and then this one, I'm like, this one's kind of weird. Okay, a marketer from 90s, early 90s McDonald's time travels to the present day and is horrified because she's like, what happened to the Fry Kids? Where's Mayor McCheese? Where's the Grimace? Why are these play places just these like sterile, well, sterile is a very ironic word to use, but boring plastic tubes instead of like a giant Grimace cage you get in, or a police officer Big Mac guy that you climb into his head and you're in a uncomfortable jail. And Peter sometimes still has nightmares about it because it was so cramped and claustrophobic. Where did all this go? And she has to get like educated on like Super Size Me and all this stuff, and how McDonald's is like trying not to make America obese and whatever. And so then she has to convince them like it's time to bring back the fun again and like the magic. And so she gets teamed up with a marketer from today, a real bookworm type, analytics, whatever. So she has to show him that like it's not just about the numbers. It's not just about this. It's not about Twitter followers. It's about the magical feeling you get when you get that Happy Meal. And she's like, the Happy Meal's not like a little box? What the fuck? All right, next we've got Arby's. Okay, Arby's is about a woman, and her name is spelled like horsey sauce, but she's French, so it's Orsay-so, something like that. She comes to the States. Her parents came here, but they've died. And she goes out west to open up a sandwich stand shop in like a mining town, like a booming mining town, like your Deadwood or something. And basically, evil land barons or something come through, and they're going to try and like take over the town. Or like a railroad baron is coming through and it wants to build his railroad right through her sandwich stand. So, it's with the help of a prospector who she's sweet on, and who's definitely sweet on her. His pickaxe never finds gold, but he does have a heart of gold. Together, they have to thwart this evil land baron, or railroad baron, whatever. Number 5 is a Wendy's story. This one's not as fleshed out, but basically it's about a woman named Wendy who works for this hamburger place. But then she shakes things up because she invents the square patty. I think it's weird that Wendy's doesn't seem to make much of a big deal out of its patties being square. I don't know why the patties are square. I have no fucking idea, to be honest with you, but like, it seems like something that sets them apart, right? Like, it seems like something that someone came up with as a gimmick, which is weird because it's not like well, okay, here's my theory. Now that I've done some marketing theory. When you have a thing like a Wendy's, and like, it's not like it changes all the time. I mean, you can come out with a different burger or whatever, but sometimes you need something to talk about. You're like, I need a feature of this to talk about. I need something unique about this to talk. I need something. Give me something, guys. So sometimes what you arrive at is something along the lines of, Wendy's, what if we had square patties? And we can talk about that. So whenever we want to talk about that, we can. Whenever we need something to talk about, we can be like, Wendy's. Yep, we got square patties. That's a thing we did. Anyway, Wendy comes up with square patties, shakes up the burger world. There are the traditionalists who are like, no, that's never going to work. They don't cook evenly. Circular things cook more evenly. See pancakes. But, she's determined to make it work. And square peg, round burger. Something. That's really dumb, but there you have it. I didn't promise that these were all going to be not dumb. I don't know what would make you think that these would be not dumb, but you were wrong. You were wrong to think that. We did KFC. Five Guys Five Guys is just an erotic gangbang of a book. It's just a very short novella, like 8 pages on Kindle. And, basically the title makes it such that I can't really imagine anything else. So, Five Guys is a gangbang book. I don't think they're going to be knocking down my door for that one. Number 8 is Sonic. Again, that's a gross sex one because that's about a pregnant Sonic the Hedgehog. Number 9 is Pizza Hut. This one really just, all I could come up with is like a tagline. And it's about turning a Pizza Hut into a pizza home. And number 10 is Popeyes. Which I found out because I was like, I don't really know much about Popeyes. I don't eat there a lot. So I was like, what's Popeyes' deal? Okay, it turns out Popeyes, in real life, this is not my premise, this is real life, the owner of Popeyes had started a chicken stand that was basically KFC. It was like a KFC knockoff, and it wasn't successful and it closed. So then he tried again, and this time what he decided was he would make it spicier and whatever, and he named it Popeyes. Now the reason he named it Popeyes was because of the French Connection. I assume the movie just because that was very popular. So there's a character in the French Connection, Popeye Doyle, played by Gene Hackman, I believe. And he named Popeyes after Popeye Doyle, the character from the movie and or book. So once I found out that Popeyes already had such a strong grounding in literature, I was like, well, I don't think I need to come up with another Popeyes book, right? And then I was like, why doesn't Popeyes, give away copies of the French Connection or something? I'm sure people would be like, what the fuck is this? This doesn't make any sense. And I'd be like, you're totally right. But here it is. So there you go. That's my 10 made-up romance novel premises based on fast food franchises. That's one of the stranger lists that I've come up with in my time. One that nobody wanted. One that I should probably pitch as a Lit Reactor column, to be honest, because I've already written it in my head and committed it to audio.
Life's not like Flynn, and you've done all you can. You may need a new plan. Call the helpful Snowman. He'll tell you what to do. If your life's time to move, he will make you brand new. If you don't like it, fuck you.
All right, let's break out a next list. 49. Reasons to leave social media. I've long debated just leaving social media, and it's something I think about a lot, and sometimes I'm like, I really should just get off it, because for these reasons. But then sometimes I'm like, I don't know, maybe I should stay on it for these reasons. And I think I made another list that's that, but I'm not sure if that made the cut or not. So, but anyway, here's 10 reasons to leave social media for me. One is it sucks time away. I mean, it's like a bad thing and it's a hard habit to break, because you get up and first thing in the morning, and you're like, I'm going to check the old Twitter. And then you're on it for 30 minutes. And it's not like a incredibly pleasurable 30 minutes. It's just 30 minutes of time that have blown away. You know? And I don't like that feeling. And I feel like there's better ways for me to use my time. I don't know what they are. I probably won't use my time in those better ways. But I just feel like I just have this sense that there are better ways to use my time. This vague sense that that's the way it works. Number 2 is it's not been effective marketing for me. I haven't sold a lot of books, I don't think, because of social media. I mean, I'm still like in a social media spot where I think most of the people who follow me there are people I know in real life and friends and family and stuff, and not so much like fans. And I think I've got a few there, and I've picked up a few here and there, and I appreciate you all very much. But I don't think I've done like a lot of I don't really care to put in the marketing work, I think, on social media that it takes to do that sort of thing. So that makes me feel like, that's not a reason to stay. Let's put it that way. 3 is I don't make new friends there. I mean, I occasionally like quote unquote meet someone online and, we'll converse or chat and that kind of thing, just a little bit here and there. But it's not like I haven't built a community online. Let's put it that way. So it's not like if I wasn't doing social media, it would be a loss to the community that I've created or something, or joined. Number 4, I don't like self-promotion. I think that's the biggest thing for me is like, I'm just not a big self-promoter. And I think in order to sort of sell books or sell this podcast on social media, that's what you have to do. You have to talk about it like it's the best thing in the world, and annoy people with it and all that stuff. And I just don't want to do that. And like, it's not a self-esteem thing. As much as I talk this podcast down and talk other things down, what I'm saying isn't so much about like, my stuff sucks, so I'm not going to do that. It's more like, I don't know. I like doing the thing. I just don't really like promoting the thing. Like, that's not fun to me. That activity isn't enjoyable to me. 5, I prefer doing newsletters and the like. So yeah, instead of doing 20 minutes of Twitter, I like to throw that 20 minutes into like writing a newsletter, which I have. You can subscribe to it on Substack. I have 2. I have a regular one and one where I talk about library stuff. They're free. I don't know. I like to do things that are more substantive for me. And for me, I don't feel like I can tweet in a way that like expresses how I feel about things or like expresses what I really want to say. Fair? Is that fucking fair enough? 6, it makes me less happy. I mean, honestly, I have noticed that like if I'm feeling blue a little bit or just like demotivated or something, a lot of times those are times I've spent more time on social media that week. Now, this could be a causation correlation thing, and I'm open to that because, it could be that, well, when I'm feeling blue or whatever, I just go to that because it's an easy distraction, right? And like that's entirely possible and completely likely. So I don't want to discount that. But either way, it's kind of a thing of, well, if it's correlation, if it's like I go to it, if it's causation, if it's making me less happy, as I said on the list, then obviously not doing it is a good idea. If it's something that I go to when I'm less happy, I guess not going to it would perhaps force me to develop other tools and ways of making myself happier when I'm unhappy, or like dealing with my blues. 7, it gives a skewed idea of what people think and care about. It's kind of nice that, so Poonmaster Flex is really not on social media at all. And when I say really, I mean like really not on. I think she has an account on Twitter that she opens like once every great while for something. I think it's like a work thing. Anyway, it's good to have someone like that in your life because when you say like, have you heard about this? And everyone's talking about this. And I would say about 25 to 40% of the time, those are very specific numbers I've come up with, she'll say like, no. Like, that's not something I've heard about. That's not something I'm familiar with. And those things are things where it turns out like, oh, this is like a big deal on Twitter. And that's not the real world. So, having that perspective helps me out because she feels that way and she tells me that, then I know, oh, okay. Maybe this is like a bullshitty thing and I don't need to worry about it. You know what I mean? Like maybe I shouldn't be getting all tight about this. Maybe I should let this go. Number 8, arguing on social media is pointless. I mean, I think we all know this, and it's just a matter of knowing it and applying it, right? But I've never won an argument on social media to my satisfaction, even when I'm like pretty sure that I'm right. And like, I've never changed someone's mind. It feels like I don't think I've like convinced anybody of anything. That all feels like a pretty fruitless endeavor here. So, I think arguing on there is pointless, but it's like it's hard to help yourself sometimes, right? Like sometimes you're just like, no, damn it, this is wrong, or no, damn it, this person is a dick. Whatever you want to say about it. You have feelings about it, and you want to change someone's mind, or you're like, well, think about it this way. And that never works. That's always a mistake. Always, always, always a mistake. So don't do it. And doing it just causes misery and pain and just makes it worse. And so like if arguing on there doesn't convince anybody of anything, why do it? It makes you mad as the arguer. Because you're like, I have to see these stupid things and then come up with relevant arguments, and that's dumb to do because it's not gonna have any effect. 9, it would force real life contact if I got off social media. I think having more real life contact with people would be good. I mean, pandemic aside, because I'm still living pandemic life, so just if you're curious about that. But that aside, I think it's like, well, it'd be good to have real friends or talk on the phone with people or whatever instead of trying to get that feeling that way. And finally is I find myself admiring people who do not use social media at all. And so then part of me is like, you could be one of those people, You could be a non-social media user. You could be everything that you admire. And I'm like, oh, that's a good point. Maybe I should do that. All right, let's see what we've got next. This is list 37. These are questions I would ask my dad. So listeners of the show or friends of mine, or probably most of that Venn diagram is just a circle, would know that I haven't really talked to my dad since I was probably 14, except for a couple scattered things here. But then after about age, I haven't seen him since I was like 17 or 18 at all. And I saw him once when I was 17 or 18, just sort of by chance, and that was about it. So he's still alive, I'm pretty sure. And these are the questions that I guessed I would ask him if I saw him. This is like a soul-searching list. This is real serious shit. I bet you regret turning it off after those fast food romance novels. One is, have you read any good books lately? He had very weird taste in books, and he did read a fair amount, and he read a lot of comics that I did not like at the time, but now have found myself liking as an adult. And I'm like, oh, maybe he was onto something. Also, he was in jail/prison for like 10 or 15 years. So I would assume he probably had lots of time to read and may have spent lots of time reading and have read something real good. 2, do you keep up with video games? He used to sort of play video games. Like, he had a weird way of doing it where we had Doom, right? And Doom 2. And he liked to just turn it up to the absolute hardest difficulty and then, scratch and claw his way to try and make it through like a single level, and he rarely, if ever, did. And I was always like, because, when you're a kid and you play a video game, you want to win the game. So you put it on like the easiest difficulty, always. And then he would do it his way, and I was always like, what are you doing? Like, this is impossible. You're never going to get anywhere doing it this way. Why don't you put it on an easier difficulty so you can finish a level? But he just kind of liked doing it in this like berserk weird way. And I just wonder if he's kept up with video gaming at all, and whether that's still his style. 3, do you do any social media? I would just be very curious to hear whether he does it, and if so, like what and why. Like what? I think this is almost on the level of just like, if I had a dad and he had an Instagram, I'd be like, I wonder what he's doing on there. How do dads do Instagram? And how does my dad do it? Yeah, anyway. 4, you always had terrible taste in music, so what music have you been listening to? He had an amazingly bad taste in music. One of the sort of famous stories from our lives was like, so he would get a CD, and then he would put it in the car, and he would play it to death. I mean, he would just play it endlessly. Oftentimes, just one song or something, but he would play the CD over and over and over until you're just like, I am going to lose my shit. And it was almost never anything good. I think the best one he got real hooked on Cake, Fashion Nugget. That was at least like a legitimate listenable album that wasn't super obnoxious and had like more than one song that he would listen to. But some of the memorable ones were Poe, Savage Garden, and then the most memorable was Silverhawk? It's not Silverhawk. Blackhawk? I think it's Blackhawk. Silverhawk. I think it was called Blackhawk, and it was like a pop country band. They did this song like, Any Man with a Heartbeat. It was horrible, and he just loved it. And this is the one where my older brother and friend of the show, Ian, I feel like the statute of limitations has long passed on this. Plus, what he did was like, no one would call this a crime. No one with the ability to hear, aural sense, would call this a crime. He got so sick of it. Somehow he got his hands on the CD, and in the back seat, so my dad drove a Suburban, and there was a middle row and then a back row, like a back row. Oh, I see the tower. There was a back row, right? And so he got in the back row, and on the armrest was like a flap you could lift, and that's where like the emergency roadside tools were. Like there's a jack in there and some other stuff. So he popped that open, threw that CD down in there, and that was the end of that. And I think at one point I did retrieve it from in there because I was curious, and it was scratched to fuck. I mean, it was completely fucked up, which was also fine. But anyway, and so it disappeared, and my dad was like, what the hell happened to that CD? And he was looking for it everywhere. And what was sort of weird about him is like, he had money. He was an anesthesiologist. He was not like hard up. And so it was like, dude, I mean, I know CDs at that time were like $20 or $25, that relatively expensive. But I mean, he could foot that bill. And he should have just foot that bill. Footed? He should have just bought a new CD is what I'm saying. Anyway, so I'm curious what he's listening to now. I think it would be horrible, but I don't know. I also never really knew how he found the music he was listening to. I gathered that when he worked at the hospital, a lot of times when they were doing a surgery or something, they'd put on music. So maybe he was hearing it there from other people? I don't know. Next. How did you kill time in jail? I'm just curious. I mean, he had an exceptional amount of time to kill because he was in there for a long time. And relatively sure he was in a jail that was like not super hardcore. You know what I mean? I don't think people were getting shivved and stuff there. Like, I read about the jail that he was in, and it was like they have a fence there, but the fence is really only there to keep the wildlife off the grounds. And like the prisoners are, commonly asked to, not touch the wildlife or not feed the wildlife or whatever. So I'm like, all right, that sounds like, and we're talking about like deer or antelope or something like that. So, seems like a relatively placid place as jails go, but I don't know. Tell me what happened after I was like 14. Like, just give me a timeline of your life. Sum it up for me. I'm a curious cat. Curious kitty. I'm going to have to make this quick because we're like almost at the tower. Do you remember where I lived? Where my mom's house was? Just out of curiosity. Like, could you navigate there now? I just wonder, all these years later, would it be possible? What's your health like? Like, is there anything I should be worried about that you're like, oh, watch out for this coming around the corner when you turn 55? Do they have like pens and paper and shit in jail? That's basically my question of like, if I was in a room with my dad asking him questions, I'd be like, so 15 years, not one letter. And the last one is, are you clean now or do you still drink? Because he drank a lot. But I assume he mostly cleaned up in jail unless he was like getting drugs and liquor somehow. So there you go. All right. We're going to take a break and we're going to the tower, baby. So we're going to throw the thing off the tower. And then hopefully I'll capture some audio of that. But if not, I'll at least have some video and stuff. So we'll have that. All right. I'll see you soon.
Life's not like Flynn, and you've done all you can. You may need a new plan. Call the helpful snowman. He'll tell you what to do if your life's time to go. He will make you brand new. If you don't like it, fuck you.
All right, everyone, we're back. And we successfully threw a crock pot off the Genoa Tower. It was kind of awesome, actually. I met some really nice people there. It worked out very perfectly in that I guess my hope, when I was initially thinking about this idea or this plan, was I was like, a lot of these sorts of things, like if it's run by this trust that does this and that, they're going to be like, I'd love to let you throw a crock pot off the tower, but liability and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, maybe though. I mean, this is a tower of, interesting fame. And my suspicion was like, well, either this has been purchased by somebody for some weird reason, or for, a financial reason that I cannot understand, or it's, a group of people who appreciate the sort of fun of the tower and, maybe the fun of sort of pointless things, just things that are just fun for the sake of being fun. And it turns out that seems to be the case. It seems that when I went out there today, they have like architects and stuff looking there because I think they're really trying to get the thing running again and like get it to be, something like what it was before. And that sounds awesome to me. So I met a guy, Kevin, real nice guy. He was so nice because I made a donation. I was like, well, I want to make a donation so it's worth y'all's time to come out there. And I was originally going to make a smaller donation and then upped the amount. He was like, oh, that's great. He's like, if you donate this new amount, you should actually get some money back on your taxes because that like is over the threshold. And he was like, to be honest, I was just going to put in the extra amount to get you up to that amount so you could get that money back. You know, he was like, I was just going to add whatever to your donation with my money so that you could do that. And I was like, man, that's a really nice thing to do. But anyway, so, you know, the tower's most of the stuff in there is gone. I guess they had an auction at some point and sold off most of the stuff, most of the good stuff. And then there's some remaining stuff, but not a lot. So the good news also, I guess, is that I would think they'll probably be open to, hey, you want to send us a belt buckle that commemorates the time you threw a crock pot off the roof? Why the hell not? So that's a good thing. I guess, you know, Helpful Snowman perhaps will have a place of prominence. They're gonna put me on their Facebook page and stuff. Very excited about it. I'm a little like trepidatious about it. Is that a word? I have my trepidation about it just because I'm like, ugh, now they're gonna listen to the show and be like, oh, that's what this is. Which is my constant fear with these things, but you know, not a big deal. Anyway, wonderful experience, nice people, and the actual throwing of the crock pot off was great. It was like the sort of, I'll call it explosion of it was better than expected. Not that I had like incredible expectations, but it sort of, it was, in my opinion, spectacular. And I was very pleased with it. The sound, too, we captured some of it on video, and the sound of it was great. You know, and I had my back and forth, to be honest, about whether or not to videotape it. Because in thinking about trying to videotape it, I was like trying to say like, all right, I could set up this or that, or how should I do this? And at some point when I was thinking about videotaping it, I was like, man, maybe you should just say fuck videotaping it and just enjoy it. Just enjoy the thing happening. And, you know, I thought about it. I went back and forth. And ultimately, I decided, like, I set up a couple cameras on the ground. And then one, I put a GoPro on the bill of my hat. And then was like, all right, you'll just start these running. So you don't have to worry about filming it when it's happening. It'll be filmed when it's happening. And what you get when it's happening on film is great. And but you can just really enjoy it. And I think that was the right move. I don't mean just pat myself on the back, but I am so smart. And I made the right move in doing that because it's like now I got to see it and I got to hear it and I got to see it from some different angles and, you know, I'll put that out so you all can see it. But I also got to enjoy it. It wasn't about like filming it. Everything is content. Everything is content, right? It was a perfect balance of enjoyment, but also doing the thing for the show. And so I'm very happy with how everything turned out. Plus, the crock pot completely destroyed, but the pieces were relatively large, so it wasn't that hard to clean up even. Also, the guys there were kind of like, I think a lot of this is stuff that we have here. It's just old paint chips and stuff, so don't worry too much. They were very nice about it, but I tried to be extremely thorough because I'm always aware. This is going to be a weird thing to say. I'm always aware that like when I do something like that if I'm nice and then I clean up after myself and, they have fun and I have fun, then I leave and it's like, they're like, okay, that was good. And then the next person who comes along and wants to do something weird, it's more likely that they'll say yes. Whereas if they did something like this and had a horrible experience, I mean, of course, I'd be like, well, fuck that. Fuck that noise. So, I try and preserve it so that the next person who comes along doesn't hear, fuck that noise. We tried this with some other idiot and didn't work out. I'm the idiot with whom it worked out. So it's weird to say that because, I'm conscious that as I'm saying that, what I'm saying is the next person who wants to come along and throw a fucking crock pot off the roof of something can do that. And that's seems like an unlikely thing that someone else is going to want to do. But hey, you know what I mean? Like, it's cool. It's fine. So there you go. There you have it. Crockpot successfully destroyed. Episode 500. The big push for episode 500. We made it. We did the thing. We destroyed the crockpot in a big way that I'm very happy with. And in an extremely pointless way, which is exactly what I needed. That's exactly what I needed to happen. Because I think, it being like super meaningful would have been not as cool. Or not, it would have been as cool. It just wouldn't be as much in the spirit of this dumb show as doing it in a, kind of pointless, silly way. So there you go. We did it. All right, these road signs are telling me to go the opposite direction of where I want to go, but, so I think I'm actually going to just blow straight through here. In fact, I'm sure that's what's happening. Okay. So I guess back to the lists, huh? So if you're tuning in newly, I have 50 lists of 10 things, because this show started as an advice show. But, after probably 5 episodes, I ran out of advice to give because I don't know much about anything. That song about don't know much about this and that is pretty much my theme song. Skip the part where it turns cute because it's like, but I do know that I love you. Because I don't even know those things either. So, I liked to give advice, because who doesn't like to give advice? But so I made lists of advice, but then also just lists of some other things. Like this one. All right, this is list 39, and these are out of order, by the way. And this is Potaween Ideas. So Potaween is our monthly 31 days, 31 podcasts event. Most years I pick sort of a theme. Like early on, I just sort of did weird, spooky stuff. But, you kind of run low on that. So we've done like a candy year. We've done like a local hauntings year last year. This year we've got a pretty good Potaween in store, I think. But, so every year we do a Potaween. And I always have ideas for Potaweens that I want to do. But, they're not all possible. I do think sometimes I'm just like, I should do Potaween every month because I have so much fun putting it together. But the difficult thing about that is that it is a lot of work. And I don't mean like backbreaking labor because no. This is not backbreaking labor, okay, by any stretch of the imagination. However, it is work. So, I probably couldn't pull it off like every single time. I think I know where I am. I think I've successfully found where I am and am, now going the wrong way, but we'll see. North to north. Well, let's just see. Let's just keep rocking this and see where we get. Anyway, so Potaween is our yearly event. So the first one that I thought I would like to do at some point is a Potaween centered entirely around DIA. So DIA, Denver International Airport, obviously. Does this mean turn right here? I think it does. I'm going to assume it does. This looks pretty promising. I'm headed in the correct direction at this point, I think. So that's a plus. DIA, sorry. So DIA has lots of rumors swirling around it, lots of like occult weird stuff. some of the things I've heard are like, the murals at DIA have, hidden meanings. Of course, there's rumors about like a train or a tunnel under DIA so that the president can escape to Cheyenne Mountain in the event of an attack. Lizard people. One of my favorites that I just learned recently is supposedly there's a plaque somewhere in DIA that's like dedicated to some organization that doesn't seem to exist. So I think that would be good. Obviously, that would be a good thing to put in a pot of weed. And of course, Blucifer, the blue, scary, frightening horse that I'm also heard a rumor that I think is true that the person who made it died in the course of making it, but that could be also a rumor. Anyway, just exploring all the legends of DIA. So I would like stay, on the airport site for like 2 or 3 days and go around and record and probably like get stopped by security at some point, but that's okay. And we would just sort of figure out what's going on at DIA. The second is horror books. So this would just be like horror book reviews and stories of horror books and stuff like that. I wouldn't necessarily want to do one that's like, The Shining and stuff, just because, not because it's not good, but just because I'm like, I think everybody's probably heard about The Shining, right? There's probably a pretty good number of podcasts about that. Now, The Menstruating Mall by Carlton Mellick III, I'm not sure, has been discussed as much. The third one is a more recent idea I had, which is to get my hands on some older horror-related board games and toys and things like that, and just kind of see what they're all about. So there's like lots of board games that are horror-themed that are, from like the 70s and 80s, and some like weird... I guess I call them toys. I'm talking about like Dr. Dreadful's Drink Lab from the 90s and weird things like that. A Frankenstein thing. There's a board game where you like make a Frankenstein head or something. Probably try some of those like old, what are they, Aurora models or whatever. Those old modeling kits. Stuff like that. And just kind of do some of those experiences and see what they're like. Number 4 is one that would require some research, but I am a librarian. So number 4 would be to look at weird college theses. Not to be confused with the word that sounds like theses and means something sort of different, but in a way the same. But I feel like there's got to be theses out there. I want to say something other. Let's say dissertations. There's got to be dissertations out there that are about like paranormal stuff or like freaky weird stuff, and I think it would be sort of interesting because like theses and dissertations kind of get bound and put in a library, and sometimes they're digitized, but they seem like an unexplored potential treasure trove. Now, maybe there's not much treasure there. Like maybe I'm overestimating the amount of people who have fun with their dissertation and screw around, which I could get because it's like, I paid a lot of money for this education and now I'm going to like squander it on doing a goof 'em up. But, I think it's worth seeing what happens. Number 5 is Horror Story Hour. So this would be like my own version of Tales from the Crypt, and I would read short horror stories that I had done. We talked about some of those just a little bit earlier, about some of those ideas. So if I could ever get 31 of those worked up, I would love to do that and just have it be like, oh, I'm the Crypt Keeper. I don't know what it would be, the Snow Keeper, the Icebox Man. I'd be the Ice Man. The guy who delivers the big blocks of ice to keep your freezer cold. And I would say things like that, like as if it was a joke or a pun the way the Crypt Keeper would, but it's not. It's just a thing. They kept your freezer cold. And everyone's like, wait, was that a joke? Was that supposed to be a clever wordplay? Maybe I'm the dumb one because I missed it. See how genius this is? Number 6, I've wanted to do this forever. I want to get a dial-a-story machine. So basically you dial in and then it's like, for this, press 1. For this, press 2. And then have that be the way that people listen to Potaween that year. And so, there'd be 31 options over the course of a month. Here's what's funny. There's basically one company that makes this. So Dial-a-Story is like a library thing. And a lot of libraries use it to provide story times over the phone. It's probably a totally outdated technology at this point because most people would jump on YouTube and do it, right? But some libraries still offer it, and I think a lot of that is because, well, some people don't have internet at home, but pretty much everyone's got a phone. So if you got a phone, you could still access this service, right? The other thing is, I gotta imagine to have like a couple lines of Dial-a-Story. Once you've bought the equipment, it doesn't have to pay for itself. It's like you already bought it, so you might as well just use it until it's dead. So there's like one company that sells the machines. The machines run on tapes. So the stories come on tape. So you can buy a machine with like tapes with stories on it, or you can do your own, which is definitely what I would do. But you get it, and people dial, and then they push a number for a certain story. I just think that'd be such a weird way to deploy a Potaween, and I really badly want to do it. 7. Oh, revisit the things that scared me as a child. So I think it's been a long time since I've been genuinely scared, like frightened of something. There are things that I don't want to happen, or I have anxiety and worry about things. Boy, do I ever. But I wouldn't say I'm like terrified. The way I was, for example, when I won a bunch of tickets at an arcade while we were on vacation, and I got a Chucky doll that looked just like Charles Lee Ray from the movie Child's Play. And I liked it a lot, except for on the overalls, like right in the center where it would say good guys, it says Child's Play. And I was like, this is dumb, because why would you put that on there? It's like, obviously I got this. I know that it's a Child's Play doll. So you don't need to put that on there. Ever since I was a child, I always hated that. Like when you would get a Batman Ben Cooper costume and it says Batman on it, and I'm like, Batman's suit doesn't say Batman on it. And like, you don't need to say the word Batman. Like, can you imagine if somebody put out a Batman comic and just totally seriously, but for some reason it said the word Batman on the suit? Wouldn't people be like, why? What are you doing? Anyway, having that doll was a huge mistake. It didn't occur to me so we're on the plane flying back from Chicago, and Chucky was in my bag under the plane. And I was like, oh my God, what if he gets out and takes the plane down? I was like, what was I thinking? And then we get him home and it's fine, but I was like freaked out by him. So I was like, I'm going to zip him up in this backpack and put him in the closet. And then I zipped his hair up in the backpack zipper. And I was like, oh my God, he's going to be so pissed. And everything about it just went wrong and made it worse and more terrifying. Finally, I waited till garbage day, and like right before the garbage truck got to our house, I ran him out to the trash and then sat at the window and watched and made sure they took him away. Because I was like, if this was a Chucky movie, what would happen is somebody would, take him out of the trash and be like, oh, just perfectly good Chucky doll. I don't know why every trash man has like an accent of some kind, but they do. Check in with the garbage union or whatever. They probably don't call themselves the trash union, sanitation union. I feel like garbage people, garbage men changed from garbage men to like sanitation engineers, or like from working in garbage to working in sanitation. That was a big upgrade. That one I get. Because when you're like, what sort of business are you in? Garbage? Oh, okay. But they really are making the streets more sanitary, I guess, in a way. I mean, I say in a way because, sometimes you're like following behind a garbage truck and it's leaving that snail trail. And you're like, oh, I don't know about this. So anyway, revisiting 31 things like that scared me as a child. The thing I don't like about it, it's like what I didn't like about last year's Potaween, which is like, I visited all these local urban legends, and, you know, it felt like I was a debunker and was like taking the magic out of the world. And I feel like maybe revisiting some of those things from when I was young would make them less scary and therefore like not that interesting. You know what I mean? Like if I got the same Chucky doll and slept with it in the bedroom or something, I'd be like, it was fine. I guess I'd have to like put him on the pillow next to me or something. Be like, I don't know, it was kind of fucked up and weird. All right, number 8. Try out 31 Halloween traditions from like other families or like other cultures or something. So I would like to do, like, I'm curious, you know, what, I know lots of families have like Christmas traditions, right? Like we watch this movie on Christmas. And for lots of families, it'll be a Christmas story or something. But I know there's families out there who are like, we watch The Wizard of Oz on Christmas, you know, something like that. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's a different thing. So I'm curious what other people's Halloween traditions are, like unusual ones outside of like, we watch a scary movie or we do this. You know, something unusual and weird. We go to the pumpkin patch. I could do an alternate version of that, though, which is basically 31 days Potaween of the most, like, Halloweenist October ever. Like, just do all the quintessential October Halloween things. Pumpkin patch, pumpkin spice latte, scary movie night, you know, whatever. I did have another idea the other day. So this is number 9. I don't know why I'm like transitioning into it like it's not on a list. I had the idea the other day, though, of I would basically do a 31-day podcast where I try to plan out how I can pull off trick-or-treating as an adult. So basically how I could, you know, I would plan a route, I would plan a time, I would plan, you know, all these different things, what my costume would be like, basically how to create a scenario where I as an adult could go trick-or-treating. But here's the goal. The goal of it is to not have adults like hate it that I'm out trick-or-treating. I read an article about somebody who did this as an adult. And he did it like in Brooklyn or something. So I was like, well, that's a little different because it's like so neighborhoody. I feel like, you know, it's densely populated. There's probably a shitload of kids. Like around here, it's not the same. It's not that way. And so what he was doing at first was like tailgating with groups of kids. So they assumed he was an adult with the kids. And so everyone gave him candy. But I was like, but I don't want him to give me candy under false pretenses. Unless those false pretenses are, okay, so I thought I could try and make a costume that makes me appear to be a child somehow. And I was like, I don't know, if I made something, wouldn't I just look like a short adult? But then I was like, if I looked like an incredibly short adult, maybe they would just be like, whatever. But that's, you know, that's in bad taste. But it's an option. Bad taste has never been something that makes me say, well, that's not an option. Or I thought like, well, maybe if you do a costume that's just so wonderful, like people would allow you to trick or treat because they would consider it a treat for you to come to their door, right? Because I got to say, I would not want to give candy to an adult who was just like there, or like even a sullen teen who was just there on the phone, trick-or-treating, you know, basically like that. I'd be like, fuck off. But like if an adult came and they had a fucking amazing costume, I would be like, okay, I'm down with that. I even thought of like, well, if you got like a crazy costume, like a full body Predator costume or something, and then maybe they wouldn't know you weren't a kid. And then I could even get a recording, a voice box thing that like makes me sound slightly more childlike somehow. I don't know. This is an elaborate thing. And so that's why it would be a Potaween. The last one is to try out a series of dangerous games. So I got a book that has a lot of them, but these are like things that swirl around in the ether, like your Bloody Marys or your like most dangerous game, where maybe that's how that Elisa Lamb died in the hotel, where it's like, oh, if you do this certain sequence of going to floors in the elevator and you do these certain things, you'll enter another dimension, stuff like that. So I could easily get 31 of those things and try them. And that would be pretty entertaining. But I'm mildly scared of, going to another dimension. Although, maybe that'd be fine. Everyone's like, this is a dumpster fire anyway, so yeah. I feel like maybe a bunch of people would be crossing over into another dimension right now, like a hellscape. And they'd be like, I understand that you guys have your hellscape going here, but like where I'm from is also pretty bad in a different way. So I thought I'd try out something that's pretty bad, but in a new way, instead of what I'm at now. All right, this is list 42, alternate universe Pete's. So these are Pete's that I feel like I was on the verge of being at some point, or like could have, had I taken another path, maybe these are the Pete's that would exist. This is actually inspired by Poonmaster Flex as well, because she was born in Hawaii, and when she was a kid, she was blonde, and she always like fantasizes about like, there's an alternate universe version of me who still lives in Hawaii and is dumb and blonde and tan and a surfer and happy. Not that she's totally unhappy, but just is like, living a very free-spirited, freewheeling life. And a different life than she lives now, which is very responsible. So these are some alternate universe Pete's. One is marijuana lover Pete. So this would be the Pete who tried weed in junior high or high school and fell in love with it. Maybe not on the first try. I hear the people who get really into marijuana, the first time or couple times they do it, nothing happens. But then like they have a third or fourth experience and it's like, pow. Okay, now I'm in. Maybe that's why I've never had a love for marijuana. Maybe I haven't hit that experience. Like maybe I'm destined to love it, but I haven't hit that third or fourth pow experience yet. I don't know. So marijuana lover Pete, I think he'd actually be kind of similar to current Pete. He'd be much less ambitious. This show would have existed for about 7 or 8 episodes, and it probably would have been centered around an excuse to get really stoned. Like it'd be like, ooh, I'm going to try a different type of weed every week, and then answer the same advice, the same 10 questions, and see if the different kinds of weed make me feel differently about the questions. Something like that. I think this Pete would be fine. I think he'd be perfectly happy. I don't think he'd be doing much to make other people happy. But, this Pete would have like a marginal employment, and, he would live probably with like 3 roommates. And it would be getting now, like as I'm rounding the corner to 40, it would be getting a little sad. It's like this marijuana Pete would have been everybody's best friend and someone they liked seeing at a party 20 years ago. And now it would be like, oh, it's kind of sad. No one would hate him. It's just like unfortunate. Number 2 is Skater Pete. He was a skater boy. Perhaps had I not taken the horrendous spill that I took in college on the skateboard, I would have stuck with it longer. I took such a bad fall on it, and like at the time I was very into running, and like when I took the fall, I hurt my head, I hurt my knee, I hurt everything. I hurt my ankle. I hurt a lot of things, and I'm amazed I didn't lose a tooth. But after that fall, I don't think it was like, oh, I'm afraid of skating now. I think I was more like, well, I'm going to pick between like skateboarding and running because I feel like this is a choice I have to make because my skateboarding skills are not good. I mean, I've never been a coordinated person, so obviously skating is not a good idea for me. But I made my choice and I went with running instead of skating. But I could have stuck with skating. Or maybe I could have gotten into skateboarding earlier in life. You know, had I been born 5 years earlier or 5 years later, I think I might have. As it was, I was like right in prime rollerblade time. So I did a lot of rollerblading and like, you know, jumping down stairs and all that stupid shit. But also, like, rollerblades had the advantage of you could go to the roller rink, so you could go on your middle school dates and hold hands and skate around during the Mariah Carey songs. You know what I mean? Can't do that on a skateboard. Well, they don't let you. I think Skater Pete is actually pretty similar to Current Pete. Although, to be honest, Skater Pete probably would have had at least 4 or 5 more horrendous falls and would probably be concussed by now, like in a more serious way. I'm pretty sure that I've been concussed and felt some of the consequences of that. Sometimes I think my mood is an obvious effect of concussion, but anyway. So probably similar, but maybe more depressed. If you can believe it. Number 3 is Fitness Bro Pete. This is Pete who like makes YouTube videos about, I don't know, supplements or something. I guess this is an alternate universe Pete, but this is one that is a little harder for me to see getting into because like I enjoy screwing around with fitness and doing fitness things, but I really don't enjoy talking about it, and I really don't like the other people who do it. Like, I've had some good friends who are marijuana lovers. I've had good friends who skateboarded. But Fitness Bro, I mean, I've had friends who do that stuff, but not where they're like, I don't know, a fitness influencer. Is that a thing that like gym bros do? A gym bro. I've had friends who go to the gym and like enjoy it and stuff, but I've never really had anyone who's like, I don't know, a steroid hookup, let's say. So this one's a little harder to imagine, but I could see it. I mean, I guess the most appealing part of Gym Bro Pete is like, I do like routine. You know, I'll eat the same thing for breakfast for like years because it makes it easy because I'm not like craving anything in the morning. So if I just already know what's coming, it makes it easier to eat breakfast. So I think the thing about a gym bro life is it is a very regimented life because you have to eat at certain times, you have to eat in a certain amount, you have to go to the gym at a certain time. You probably should know what you will be doing in the gym on a Monday 6 months from now. You know what I mean? It's already planned. And like you should be able to look back and know what you did at the gym 6 months ago on a Monday. And even like little things like, well, you gotta plan out when to do your laundry because if you don't have any clean shorts to wear, you can't go work out because you'll stink up the whole place. It'll suck. So anyway, and like when's your next, I don't know, figure competition? I don't know what I would be doing. Spartan race or something? All right, number 4 is Adventure Van Pete. So this Pete bought and outfitted an adventure van that he drives around the country and, basically visits a bunch of tourist traps and occasionally stops at a motel when he gets too ripe. I think this Pete is a possible Pete that this is like Pete's midlife crisis Pete. So I guess this is an alternate universe Pete, but is also a potential possible future Pete of, I just gave up on life and I decided I'm just going to drive around for a while. The biggest problem with this Pete is it requires money that I don't have. But I guess in this alternate universe, somehow I came into some money. If that's all that had to happen is I came into money, or maybe my dad was never incarcerated And so he had money and he was enabling with his money. Like he bought me a van and was like, I'll pay for you to drive around for a while for some reason. I don't know why, but he did. I think this Pete is like mysterious. I'm interested in this Pete, which tells me that he's probably very boring. Because I feel like I'm only interested in things that are boring. All right, next we've got number 5, Cabin Hermit Pete. That's exactly what it sounds like. Cabin Hermit Pete. Now, there's some flexibility here, because, like, I think a lot of the fantasy is people are like, oh, yeah, I'll go up in the cabin and be a hermit. And it's like, but you're picturing being, like, in the beautiful mountains next to a stream or whatever, and it's like, well, this could be a Pete that lives, like, on the prairie or something. Like, it doesn't have to be a decadent cabin, whatever, Pete. This is just, like, basically a Pete who lives in the middle of nowhere. You see him once a year because he drives in from 6 hours from the cabin to for Christmas, and in various states of some years he looks pretty good, and other years you're like, Jesus, would it have killed you to shave before you came and maybe take a shower like in the last month? I think this Pete would probably write a bunch of books and never do anything with them, and then either would be discovered after his death, and they'd be like, well, this is an oddity and a story, and but then people would read the books and be like, it's fine. Or it would be a Pete he would be an author who, like, sorry, there's a truck that worked really hard to just pass me, and now I think is pulling over to the side. Or this Pete would have a bunch of books stacked up that he'd written. It's probably all printed out on paper, and then his cabin would burn down eventually. This would be ironic somehow, and then he would die completely unknown. That sounds like a movie that Robert Eggers would make. 6 is rich asshole Pete. I don't know why this is an alternative Pete. Well, here's what's funny about this one. This is what tickled me, is that when I came up with rich asshole Pete, I was like really thinking how unlikely it is that I would be rich. And I was like, well, I could accept that I would be an asshole, but that I would be rich, that seems kind of far-fetched. Boy, is that rich. But so, I was like, if you can accept that you could possibly be an asshole, assuming you're not an asshole now, well, the important thing is the combination of the two. Rich asshole. Not just an asshole, not just rich, but rich asshole. I think this Pete would be very unpleasant. I could see if I had money, and I was a rich asshole, I could see being the person who's like, well, I'm going to use my money to shield myself from things that I find unpleasant. And I know that other people don't have the ability to do that. And, okay, here's what a rich asshole would say. Well, they should work harder so they have the ability to do that, right? See, I know how to do this. Next is politically involved Pete. This is a fairly possible one because, like, when I was in my early 20s and I was in college, my friend Jared and I would talk about politics all the time. I hated George W. Bush. I was so mad that Al Gore lost the election, and that, like, everyone was saying, like, don't be a baby and ask for a recount and blah, blah, blah. Just, like, accept that you lost. And I was like, don't accept it. And then he did, and I was mad. I was, like, reading those, like, Michael Moore books. I don't know if I'd say I was politically involved, but I was politically interested. And that was, I centered a part of my identity or a part of my life around that. And I've definitely moved away from that at this point in my life. I don't know if it was for any particular reason. I'm trying to think of when when that would have changed. I mean, it seems like maybe later college or something. It was sort of like, I think I got more into writing. I think I got more into like trying to carve a life for myself and trying to figure that out, and was less politically interested. I mean, I think also like, I don't know, once Bush won the second time, and 9/11 was a very weirdly political time, and like people's reactions to it was very strange. And it was certainly a politically heightened atmosphere. I mean, when people are like, "Oh, the Trump years have been crazy" and stuff, I'm like, they have. But the post 9/11 years were wild in a different way. And the like wild political swings and the political dealings and whatnot were very strange at the time. And then I think for a good 12 years there, I mean, I kind of felt like second Bush and then 2 Obamas, right? That was fairly placid as things go. So maybe it was less of a carnival for me. I don't know. I think I just felt like very close to politics at that time. I mean, maybe part of it too is I've just felt more defeated by politics, and so I don't want to say grew out of it, because it's not like older people don't care about politics. That's obviously not true, but personally, for me, I grew away from it, let's just say. Politically involved Pete is probably fine. I think it's like, to sort of be around politically involved Pete, you either have to totally agree with his politics or not bring it up. Like, and just don't bring it up, because once you get him rolling, it's like you can't stop it. And so that's just no fun for anybody. 8 is family man Pete. So if I had a baby and had a family, I could see that having happened. I mean, that's not like a desirable thing for me at this point or at any point. But, I hit the point in my life where in my early 20s, I remember this hypothetical I came up with was like, would you rather lose an arm or have a baby? And I was like, I'd rather lose an arm, like for sure. I could deal with it. I could make it work. Having a baby, I don't think I could make it work. And, I'm very proud to say I've entered the point in my life where I'm like, well, all right, like at this point, if I had a baby, it wouldn't be an unmitigated disaster. You know what I mean? Like I could swing it. I could make it work financially. I'm responsible enough as a parent. I think I could make it work, but I don't want to. It seems possible now. I guess Family Man Pete, I think, would be sort of similar. Although I think Family Man Pete would be very haunted by the things he never did, that he wanted to do and just never accomplished. I think that would be the toughest thing for Family Man Pete, and for his family especially, because I think he would be very aware of those things, that it's like, weren't you going to write a book? Weren't you going to start a pod? Weren't you going to do all these things? And it's like, I've done none of these things. I think that would be hard for me. And I think it would be hard on my family, because if I had a good family who cared about me, it would be hard on them. If they were a bunch of dipshits who were just like, let's go to Elitch's, I'd be like, okay. Maybe they wouldn't notice, and they'd just be like, how come Dad wants to go to Elitch's and then just sit in the car and read a book? And Mom's like, I don't know, because he sucks. And I'd be like, I mean, it is kind of because I suck, but it's also because I'm like, well, this is just like a little taste of my life that I wanted. 9 is desperately holding on to youth Pete. I don't know what that looks like just yet. I don't think I'm quite there where I'm like trying to hold on to my youth. But I think I would be trying to listen to new music a lot more. Because, that's not something I do. Or keep up with pop culture more, probably, at this point. And then, I guess, like, physically, I'd be trying to do, like, diety things to feel more spry or something. I don't know. Dyeing my temples to make sure. I would start dyeing my hair now because I only have a couple grays. But if I start dyeing it now, then it'll be less noticeable later when I'm like all gray, but I'm dyeing it because no one will give a shit. And number 10 is Haunted House Runner Pete. I watched a documentary about, a few different people. It's like families who every Halloween like do it up big at their house, and they do like a big haunted attraction at their house, and go way, way above and beyond. And there's like lines of people, and they don't charge anything. It's just like a thing they do, an obsessive thing they do. And when I was watching that, I was like, I could see myself doing that. Like, I'm not saying I'd be awesome at it. I could just see it being a thing that I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm into this. I'm into this weird thing. So there you have it. There's another list. Another one bites of the dust. Okay, this is a big one. This is actually list number 1, then the first one that I came up with. Before I even really came up with this whole idea, I came up with this list. Because I was like, these are the 10 best things, the 10 best pieces of advice that I would give to anybody. It's sort of like if you had to condense things you've learned into 10 things, what would you do? And here are mine. Number 1 is funny to me, but I don't know. I feel passionately about it. Number 1 is to get corded tools, not battery-powered power tools. The reason that I suggest this is like, unless you're a contractor or something, unless you're going to be more than like 25 feet from an outlet, like if you're a contractor, of course, you're going to be on a job site and there's no electricity in a lot of places, right? But if you're like a home hobbyist or whatever, if you like work on just projects in your garage, if you're going to do like little DIY stuff in a shop, you don't need cordless tools. Like, it's pointless to have a cordless tool. And the thing about it is that I don't like is you got to remember to charge the batteries. And then you got to like, balance charging the batteries with like, do you leave them in the charger all the time? Is that bad for them? You know what I mean? Like, what do you do? Overall, it just turns something that is absolutely no work into a little bit extra work, and it's more expensive. The batteries don't last forever, because eventually you get to where the battery is like, well, this is about a 2-minute charge on it, and then I put it back on the stand for a half hour, and then I get another 2 minutes out of it. Now, this advice is reversed if you are like, I always like to talk to the crowd of people that I call like dads who don't want to be involved in life anymore. So they come up with time-consuming hobbies like golfing and fly fishing because they're like, oh, this is perfect because I don't have to like be around anybody, and that's the appeal of this. And no one wants to do it with me and blah, blah, blah. If you're going to the wood shop for that reason, then by all means, get battery-powered tools, get one battery pack, use it for 3 minutes at a time, and then spend 30 minutes charging it. And, then just sit in the old chair that you put out in the garage that, your wife was throwing away, but you're like, oh, that's perfect for the garage. And she's kind of mad you kept it, but whatever. And then you just sit in the chair and think about your life. So anyway, get corded tools instead. They're cheaper. They're also cheaper in the long run because, like, really, when you get a battery-operated tool, if you use it any amount, you're going to want 2 batteries so that you can have one working and one charging. And the batteries are fucking expensive. The other thing, the last thing, is if you get a good quality corded tool, it can last, like, forever. If you're on, like, a hobbyist sort of timeline, you may never go through a corded drill in your entire life. You know what I mean? You might not use one up. But what'll happen is you'll buy a drill if it's a battery drill, and 10 years from now they don't sell that kind of battery anymore. So then you're fucked. All right, number 2 is my classic put your sweats on advice. I've talked about this many times, so I'm just going to make it super brief. This is like for people who are taking on an exercise regimen program, or or just trying to exercise more and struggling with getting started. And here's my advice: is don't worry about like you have to run 2 miles today. You have to do this. You have to do that. The hardest thing is like you get home and you've got that transition period from I got home, now I gotta like get ready and then go out the door and exercise. Just do this to yourself or for yourself, kind of to yourself. Tell yourself, all right, all I gotta do is go, I gotta put my sweats on, put my shoes on, and like go out the door and walk to the end of the block. And if at that point I want to say like, you know what, fuck it, I'm turning around, like it's just not happening today, that's an option. But I guarantee you, most times if you take it that far, if you put your sweats on and you go out the door to the end of the block, at that point you'll be like, I've overcome the like most difficult obstacle, fuck it, I'll go for it. And you'll be great. You'll be happy, you'll be happy, wealthy, and wise, it'll be wonderful. 3 is Random Tuesday. I think it's good in your life to leave the opportunity open to have fun on like a Random Tuesday. This isn't as much a thing in my current age, my old age, but I'm hoping to get back to it at some point. But and with COVID and stuff, it's harder. But like in my 20s, I had a lot of fun just sort of like ending up going out with a friend on a Random Tuesday and, doing nonsense or whatever. But I think what I'm trying to get at is the spirit of that is of just like, sometimes like someone's like, hey, do you want to go do this? Do you want to go do that? Maybe a frequent one is like, do you want to come with me to a concert? And you'll kind of hear it and be like, I don't really care about this band. And like, it's kind of a hassle to go and I'll get back late and whatever. I think, and this is advice to myself as much as anyone, but it's like, be open to that opportunity. Someone's like, do you want to come play badminton with me? And you're like, I don't know how that works. I don't know anything about it. And they're like, it's fun. I'll teach you. I'll show you. Yeah, just try it. Fuck it. Why not? Do you want to be on a rec kickball team? Yeah, sure. Why not? Just give it a shot. Be open, I guess, to the idea that on a Random Tuesday, you could have as much fun as you would have like planning a trip to Disney World or something. Number 4 is help others have fun. So that's something that I really have enjoyed in my life, is doing things like Santa rampages and Greeley Urban Classic mini golf tournaments and stuff like that. I think it's fun to plan things out for other people because like something that I miss from childhood, and I think a lot of us miss, is sort of like, I was just thinking about that going out to the tower, right? I was like, what was cool when you were a kid is like, your parents would be like, we're going to the zoo tomorrow. And you're like, okay. And you would go to bed and you'd wake up like normal and like eat a bowl of cereal and be like, all right, let's go. And they might tell you to get a jacket or something, but that's about it. And like as the adult, you're like, do we have to get gas in the car? Did I check the tires? Did I get the kids' jackets? Are we going to pack a lunch or are we going to eat that? You know what I mean? All these things that you had to think about as an adult, like to take a trip, and that you do have to think about as an adult taking a trip, which, I'm not going to say it kills the fun, but it does slightly lessen the fun to a certain degree. And it's kind of a shame. What a shame. But I do feel that. I do feel that it's a little like, I just kind of wish that sometimes we had an easier way to just go out and have fun. And so my way of doing that is to plan events for others, so they can have fun. So like before pandemic on my birthday, like one of my favorite things would be like, I'm going to rent a bus and I'm going to find some fun things to go do. And it's going to take us around to those different destinations. So we'll pick everyone up at home. We'll go to these different places and just have a good time and whatever. And I think the beauty of that is then for those people who are riding the bus, they don't have to plan anything. You know what I mean? I tell them, like, you don't need to bring anything. You don't need, bring your wallet, bring some money to buy a couple beers for yourself, and, like, you're set. That's all you need. And, like, we'll have fun. It's just going to be fun shit. And no planning, no whatever, just a good time. And that's delightful to me. Just that idea is delightful, and I like just being able to bring that to other people. So I would say, look for ways in your life or times in your life when you can bring that to other people. And it will enrich your life. You will be happier. And, that doesn't have to be like the way that I do it. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to go out and get, people plastered in Santa costumes, like, to have fun. I wouldn't suggest that at all. I think there's, like, all kinds of different ways you can do that and help other people have fun. I just think it's like sometimes if you can take some of the boring adult decision-making nonsense out of someone's life so they can have those sorts of experiences without having to plan it, I think that's a great way to do it. The other thing is sometimes you can just, by making a plan, you can, like, create a situation where others are enabled to have fun. So, like, last year, maybe, we did a lake day where we just told everyone, like, come out to the lake, bring your floaties. We're just going to screw around. It's going to be fun. It's outdoors. It's COVID safe, whatever. And it was. And it's, like, a great excuse for people to be like, yeah, I'm going to just go do this fun thing. And it's not a big deal. But it just gives a framework for other people to, instead of having to come up with it, they can just sign up and be like, yeah, I'm in. All right. Number 5 is don't worry about feeling pathetic. There's lots of things in my life that, like, if I really evaluated them, I would feel pretty pathetic about. Like the number of people who listen to this podcast, or like the number of people who read my books, or like read my columns at Lit Reactor or whatever. I'm like, the number of Twitter or Instagram followers I have, I'm like, yeah, it's pretty pathetic. I mean, I am not like a big presence. And for the amount of work I've put into some of those things, it's not a good showing. But I think that feeling pathetic is like a waste of your time. I think when you feel pathetic, you're just feeling sorry for yourself. And also, I don't know, I mean, if you're doing the things that you're doing in order to, like, feel good about yourself, you got to pick, well, for me, I would have to pick something else. Because obviously the things I've chosen are not, like, clear paths to feeling good about oneself. But, like, this applies to something like if you're going to the gym for the first time, like, don't worry about, like, I'm going to bench press the bar, and that's pathetic, and everyone's going to be looking at me. Nobody's going to care, I promise you. That shit's for, like, high school. Yes, if you're in high school and you're going to do that, people will care. And that's unfortunate, and they're stupid, and they're wrong. You're right, but they will care. But if you're not in high school, no one will care. And, like, especially as an adult, the feeling of being pathetic just holds you back. It prevents you from trying things or doing things. Or, like, being worried about looking stupid in front of other people is, like, a silly thing to worry about. And I think that that's, like, a thing that prevents a lot of people from having fun or trying something they would really enjoy. 6 is work and dream. So this comes from kind of a weird place. It comes from Neil Breen, filmmaker of Fateful Findings, specifically from his 5-movie retrospective, which is also kind of like his advice on making movies, which I found to be surprisingly practical and businesslike. And I say surprisingly because his movies are insane, but apparently his way of going about making them and, like, getting them into theaters and on disc and stuff is working. And so he might be a good example, too, of not worrying about looking pathetic. But anyway, And like, yeah, just to go back to that for a second, like looking pathetic, I think there are a lot of like indie filmmakers who look pathetic, right? Like people can criticize them and talk about how much they suck or whatever. But the ultimate truth of the matter is like, well, you made a movie and they didn't. So there you go. Like you did a thing, and it's easy to critique the thing. It's hard to make the thing. But anyway, work and dream comes from that. I mean, he really crystallized it because he was like, listen, if you want to be a filmmaker, you have to have a job. And he's like, and not like the job isn't filmmaker. He's like, you have to have a job. You have to make enough money to finance your films, and then keep working that job while you're achieving your dream. And he's like, dreamers don't have jobs, right? They have their dreams. And he's like, but then dreamers don't get movies made. They just keep dreaming, and they don't have what it takes to get movies made, which a lot of times is money. And I was like, I agree with this actually. Like, and I am a proponent of that, of working and dreaming. And like, you can have a job, and it doesn't have to be a job that like feeds your soul and stuff like that. It doesn't have to be a job where you're like, I belong in this workplace, in this field, and whatever, and I feel so accepted and rewarded by my work. I mean, if you feel that way, that's wonderful, and I'm very happy for you. But if you have a dream, that doesn't preclude you from working. And anyone who's like, I could achieve my dream if only I didn't have to work, is probably fooling themselves. I mean, I think, any writer out there, I mean, other than like the tippy top, maybe 5 or 10%, probably has another job of some kind at least. If not like a real serious job. You can be on like the New York Times bestseller list, and you're still going to need a job. It's tough to make it out there as like a writer, for example. So I think it's good to just think of working and dreaming together, and like making your art, or you're doing your thing that you love. Like you love hiking and whatever, and it's like, great. That doesn't preclude you from having a job, right? You can still have a job and hike, so do that. Number 7 is, it's good to make things. I think it's enriched my life a lot to make and do things. Make something silly, make something useful, make something, even if it's something that I'm like, well, I could just buy that, right? But like, if you can make it yourself, you kind of have this new experience of making something. You learn something every time you make something, and you can make the next thing better. And it is a rewarding thing to do. And I think it gives you appreciation. It gives you a new way to look at the world. Like, I made one bookshelf, and since making that bookshelf, I've tried to make other woodworking projects and stuff, and like, it's just given me a new appreciation when I see something, like everywhere you go, you realize like, there's a chair here. I wonder how this chair was put together. Or like, oh, there's a bench. What is this bench like? How do the features of this work? And it doesn't have to be woodworking. I mean, it can be writing things or podcasting or whatever, but I think making things is good. Doing work is good. And like, not backbreaking labor. It doesn't have to be that, but if that's your thing, go for it. I just think it's good to, if I was like, what's something that you've made in the last 6 months, and you have something in mind? Or you're like, oh, I tried this, I tried that, whatever. Number 8 is, consider sometimes experiencing things without making them content. So we just talked about that kind of in context of the tower, right? I was thinking maybe I should just experience this and not make it content. But I was like, no, I want to have video of this. I think that'll be fun to look back at, and it is such a silly spectacle. And so, because part of it's the spectacle, I think it's fun. Now, if this was like a really popular show, and let's say like 25 people were coming out to watch this event, and I say really popular and 25 people because like This would be a long drive to take, so if 25 people came out, I'd be like, holy shit. But if that were the case, I might not film it. I might not bother. And I might even encourage people to not film it, to be like, just experience it. Let's just have fun together. And let's just all talk about it. You know what I mean? But you were here. Like, be here, watch the thing happen, and, like, remember it. I mean, sometimes I think our memories are better than photos. Not because they're more accurate, because they're better. The way we engage with our memory has a warmer feeling than maybe the way we engage with a photo. But the other thing, the biggie with it is I'm sort of like, like, I don't really take photos at concerts anymore. I mean, I don't go to concerts these days, but when I was still going to concerts, I've kind of stopped doing it because I just want to have fun at the concert. Like, I want to be at the concert. I want to enjoy the concert. And I don't want to take photos of the concert. Or, like, people take videos of the concert. And I'm like, no, just enjoy the concert. Like, the concert is not a thing that has been set up for you to take video of. It's a thing that's meant to be, like, experienced. Like, heard, seen, and experienced. And, like, walk away with your memory of it. So I think that's the thing, is I want to encourage everybody, and myself included. Like, that's what's funny about my best advice, is this is probably advice for me that hopefully someone else can make use of. But my advice to me is, like, just be judicious about, like, take pictures, have fun, take pictures of your friends, and take pictures of your family and your pets. Take lots of pictures of your pets. But just experience things sometimes. Like, just sometimes enjoy that a thing is what it is. And not, like, the act of creating a memory of the thing. Number 9 is go to the dentist. I didn't go to the dentist for a long time. And I went back and it sucked for a while, but ultimately it was worth it. And it was a good decision. And if you go and you keep going, it's much better. If you put it off, like, the longer you put it off, the worse it is. I don't mean, like, the worse it is, like, you're gonna suffer. I just mean, like, the harder it is to get back into the swing of it, because you'll feel, like, embarrassed. You know what I mean? You don't want to. No one wants to go to the dentist and be like, ugh, I'm sorry, I have not been to the dentist in 15 or 20 years. But just go, get it over with. If you want, here's an advice I have. Go to a dentist, that if you haven't been to the dentist in a long time, just commit to going. Go to that dentist until they kind of have you stabilized and, like, you get all checked out and, like, maybe you're fine. Maybe you got a couple cavities, whatever. And then go to a new dentist. Once you're, like, in a good spot and you're like, all right, everything's cool. I came in for my checkup for the first time and had no problems. Once you get to that level, then you can switch dentists if you want. You probably won't feel like you need to, but if you want to, you can. That's my motivation to get you to go. It's worth it. And number 10 is to keep some kind of diary. It can be a podcast. It can be a written diary. It can be like a line a day diary. It can be a photo diary, even though I just said no to photos. But, I think a photo diary is a different thing, right? Because what you're doing is you're thinking about life as like an art project. And I think that keeping a diary helps you put life into that context, which can be very helpful if you're, like, having a shitty time. Because if you're having a shitty day, but, you can pull back from it and think about, how would I write this story, or how would I photograph this, or how would I draw a picture of this, or, like, if I had to draw a one-panel comic strip every day, like a family circus every day. Now I know what I would draw for today, because this is horrible. But, maybe someone else would get a laugh out of it or something. And it just gives you a way to contextualize life. That's a very therapy-sounding word. It helps you make sense of life, because life makes no fucking sense. How about that? That seems like a better way to say it. That is my best advice. So you've just heard the best I have to offer. So I don't know why you would listen to any more of this, but there is more.
Not gonna say it, but somebody should. Let's talk about tune time. Let's talk about bum wine, yeah. Asking the questions that nobody should. Like, who are the Bone Thugs and are they in harmony? Your helpful snowman. Your helpful snowman.
All right, here we go. List 45. Childhood experiences to relive. This was kind of a tough one because I always wonder, like, some of the things you relive from childhood and it brings back that, like, rush of warm feeling. Some of the things you experience from childhood and you're like, my memory of this was much better than the thing. I just saw that the cartoon Real Ghostbusters is now, like, streaming on Amazon. I'm like, oh my god, I watched so much fucking Real Ghostbusters. And, like, all the action figures and all this stuff. I mean, I was a Ghostbusters loving kid for sure. I was not afraid of no ghosts. But, you know, I hesitate to watch it because I'm like, ugh, what if it's horrible? And, like, what if my memory of it is so much more delightful than the actual thing? So, like, maybe I'm better off with my memory of it than I am with my trying to recapture that feeling. But anyway, I tried to come up with a list of things that I was like, maybe if I were to try and recapture my childhood, these would be okay. Like, this might go all right for me. So here we go. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out, which way I'm supposed to go. I think I need to go west. Here we go. All right. So number 1 is Haunted Trails. So I think it's in Joliet, Illinois. There was a not a theme park. Basically, think of a Chuck E. Cheese, except the theme is like haunted, spooky stuff. And, you know, they got like a mini golf course and it's got Frankenstein in the middle with like a blood fountain, you know, stuff like that. So like a morbid Chuck E. Cheese. That's what Haunted Trails was. And that was like an arcade my grandma took us to a lot when we were kids. I would definitely like to see what that's like again. I have very fond memories of it. And the other thing is I'm sure it has changed. Like, none of the games and stuff are going to be the same, obviously. So maybe in a way, too, it's like, well, if I went to that, it wouldn't be so bad because it's not like I'm getting there and then it's, it's in disrepair and this and that. Like, maybe it would be. But it would probably be different anyway. But I don't know, just to sort of see what that was like and see if that brings back any of those feelings. I also think, like, I love the whole concept of it. I like that some fucking crazy person was just like, I want to do Chuck E. Cheese, but with, like, severed heads and shit. I mean, by the way, whoever did, like, Five Nights at Freddy's owes Haunted Trails some money, I think. Because, like, that shit is almost the same idea. Well, not really. I mean, it's not its own game. It's actually really different. But I think they could throw Haunted Trails a couple bucks. That's all I'm saying. Number 2 is Real Ghostbusters, which I just talked about. So it is on Amazon Prime, and I'm like, I should just give it a shot. I should just watch like one and just see what it's like. Because I was like, maybe it would be horrible, but maybe just certain things about it, you know, like if I'm not paying too much attention to it, maybe if I'm drunk or stoned or something, or maybe if I'm like just taking it easy, not watching it with a critical eye. and I can kind of just, let it wash over me like a wave. Maybe that would work. It's a thought. I'm not totally committed to the real Ghostbusters, but I am definitely worried about it being worse than I remember, and sort of think that's likely. But you got to make a list for a podcast. Number 3 is Reptile Gardens in South Dakota. So I've been there twice in my life. I took a trip to South Dakota with my childhood friend Eric and his parents. He had like an older brother and sister, I think, or an older brother. But it was one of those like much older brother situations, and they weren't like close or anything. And so he was kind of like an only child. And so, his parents were like, we're going to go on this road trip vacation. You can bring your friend. And I was like, okay. So I went to Reptile Gardens. It was awesome. And like at that time, they let you ride on the giant tortoises, which, now as an adult who like knows things, I would never do in a million years, because I'd be like, no, that's cruel. But at that time, they were like, kids can do it. It's fine. And by the time I went back there a second time with my dad, many years later, they were like, no, people do not ride on the tortoises. And I was like, oh, yeah, totally, they don't. That's what I would expect. Nothing in my experience would tell me otherwise. So, anywho, Reptile Gardens was one of many sort of touristy, trappy things in South Dakota. I had kind of So we took a trip with my dad to South Dakota. I think this was around the time that his second marriage was dissolving, but I don't know that us kids knew that for sure. I mean, I think we all were like, oh, it's kind of weird that, his wife isn't here. But all of us kids were, and one of the kids in our family brought a friend. But we took a trip to South Dakota that was very much a, like, dad trip, where we did dad activities and, like, specifically activities my dad would think would be a good idea. So of course we went to Mount Rushmore, which was pretty cool. But then, like, we went to a water park all day where, like, the slides, I remember being kind of dangerous. There was one that, like, so my dad, something interesting about him is he would go to, like, a water park, and he wanted to ride, like, all the rides. Like, it didn't matter. The more thrilling the ride, the better. Like, he was into that. And it just made for an interesting thing. So there was one slide they had there, and it was like this big tube of water builds up behind you and flushes you down the slide. And it was so funny because, like, I remember watching him come down the slide, and, he was trying to go as fast as possible and whatever. And, like, his legs came up over the side of the slide, and, like, he came down backwards at some point. Like, it was all wrong, and just all because he was going at it too hard. There was another slide that, you've got your slides where it's, like, almost straight down, and then you've got your ones that have kind of dips in them. And he goes down the one with dips, and he caught air on one of the dips, and then lands back on the slide hard. You could hear it, and it looked horribly uncomfortable. He had a giant bruise. It was like craziness. Anyway, that was one of his, like, better qualities. I mean, it's not good for him in terms of his self-preservation, but it was enjoyable as a kid. He had a very, like, childlike sense of, yeah, I'm going to go ride this fucking slide, He's not the parent who would go to Waterworld and then maybe ride a couple rides and be like, all right, I'm going to ride the rest of the day out at the snack bar. You know what I mean? I do think he was pretty disappointed when we went to Waterworld, and he didn't like taking us there as much as Elitch's because they didn't have beer. And like at Elitch's, he discovered you could buy this mug that they would refill, and then like they would refill it with beer, and it was really cheap. And so he basically could drink giant cheap beers all day and then drive us all home. I don't know how that worked. But and the mugs got canceled because people were like not washing them out and they were disgusting. Which I was like, yeah, it sounds like something he would do. He'd just like fill it up with beers all day and then just throw it in the back of the car and then, you know, dig it out later, wipe it out with his t-shirt, and then be like, 1 beer, please. Anyway, the most memorable thing from that trip, because it's wild to think about, is we went to a go-kart track. You know, and like South Dakota is interesting because it, as I remember it, it's kind of like Black Hills area has a lot of this kind of stuff. Tons of mini golfs and golf carts or go-karts and all the arcades and shit. Like all out the ass. Tourist trap nonsense, all sorts of shit. And it's like, you know, Wisconsin Dells or an Estes Park or a what do you call that part of Tennessee? Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. You know, every state, it seems like, has a little town or a city that's like this, right? Where everything is like a ride or a theme restaurant or something weird. But the weirdest thing I remember there is we went to a go-kart track where they had all-you-can-drive go-karts. So if you paid a fee that I'm sure was kind of a lot, because I don't know how much go-karts driving all day would cost, but that's what we paid. And we drove go-karts literally for 6 hours, like nonstop. And then considered going back the next day, but and my dad was like, I would need to go buy he was considering buying driving gloves somewhere because he had such bad blisters on his hands. But we drove that track for 6 hours, you know, just around and around. I mean, it wasn't just an oval track, but you know, how long does a track have to be interesting for 6 hours? It was like we were running our own, you know, Daytona or something there. That was fucking nuts. They should do that, by the way, at like a theme park with a little go-kart track that's just a little oval. They should do like a, you know, Lakeside 500. They really do 500 laps. All right, next would be number 4. To recapture a childhood experience would be to try and play with an action figure. I used to spend hours like playing with action figures and like making up scenarios for them. And I just wonder if that would even be possible for me to do now. Like, it's hard. It's like a weird thing where I try to think about doing it. And I'm like, I don't know how you start playing with an action figure. Make an explosion noise. See what the action figure does. But it would be an interesting experiment to me and interesting to no one else to hear about or watch. But if I like sat myself down in a room with nothing but a couple of action figures and was just like, all right, you got 45 minutes, make something happen. See what sort of emerged. Number 5 is crawl through a pipe. I feel like, you know, 2% of my youth was spent crawling through a pipe of some kind. At the park, a drainage thing, something. If there was a pipe, I wanted to go through it because, well, there's no because. Because it was there, I was a child. Now, I think this would be a very different experience as an adult and much more unpleasant. But as a kid, it was like, this is great. You didn't worry about like, well, now my pants are all fucked up because you were like, this is why I have pants. Like, if I wear pants, that way my legs don't get fucked up. That's kind of the point of pants to me as a kid. So, you know, I don't know. Maybe some of the fun of it would be killed, but I think it'd be okay. I could just wear one of my many pairs of jeans that I have because I'm like, I could do something with this denim, right? And I don't know what, but I keep thinking I could. Because the problem with them is the crotch is all worn through. And that's not a Simpsons joke. I mean, it is a Simpsons joke, but I'm not making a Simpsons joke. It's just the truth. Somehow I wore the crotch out of a bunch of pants. I think it's because my thighs got a little thicker for a while. Or they probably still are. I don't know. Anyway. Number 6 would be, okay, so my dad's old house in the backyard, you could like climb over this fence and then be in another backyard that had this retaining wall and then walk along the retaining wall and then climb another fence and you would be at my old friend's house. So it was like this secret pathway that we found that we could go through together. And we even spent some time in the secret pathway. There was like a little tree, but there were like a lot of branches that made it sort of difficult to navigate. So we spent some time. I had a Swiss Army knife that I still have that had a saw in it. And so we tried to cut some of the branches off to make the path a little more walkable. Which obviously, you know, that was not our tree, and I would be real fucking annoyed if some kid did that today. Because I'd be like, listen, I actually don't really mind if you want to just cut through the backyard, but like, just let me cut off the branches, okay? Like, you're fucking this up. You cut halfway through this little branch and then gave up. And, you know, that's pointless. Anyway, I'd like to try and walk that again. I don't think that's going to happen because that's a weird thing to do as an adult. Or, you know, an adult crashing through the bushes behind your house has a completely different flavor than a couple of kids doing it. A couple of kids doing it and you're just like, what the hell is going on? An adult doing it, it's like, I'm calling the cops. Hopefully they would call the cops and not just fucking open fire on me. Okay, this is take tours of the houses that I lived in growing up. So my mom's current house is mostly the one I grew up in, but she lived in a couple rentals before that. My dad lived in a few houses. It'd just be interesting to go back and see them. I just wonder if they're like the same or how I remember them and how they're different and so on. Number 8 is get a Scholastic Book Fair flyer and order books from it. That was like a pleasure as a child. Now, I don't know, and I highly doubt that there'd be anything in there that I actually would want to read today, unfortunately. I don't know if you all know this. I wrote a Lit Reactor column about it because like they changed the artwork in Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. And the art is not bad, but it's like the original art was fucking disgusting and awesome. And the new art is much more palatable. And the only thing I could come up with was maybe they're doing this so that then they can re-release the original as like, it's back, baby. The original Stephen Gamble art is back in action. Why did we ever get rid of this? I don't know. That would be my ploy with that for sure. Would be like, well now we can resell the OGs, and people will love it. So anyway, I don't know if there'd be anything I could find to order in the Scholastic Book Fair, but you know, I guess I could get like an old flyer and then just order those books online or something. I don't know. This one might be a pipe dream. 9, light off some firecrackers. That was like, or a bottle rocket. That was like my favorite shit to do as a kid that I've never done as an adult. And like, is definitely one of the things that I've grown to be like, I don't understand this. Like firecrackers, I thought they were awesome when I was a kid. As an adult, I'm like, why don't you get something that lights up and spins and shit, or like a fountain or something? Like at least, like, I don't know, it's just firecrackers just like, psh, and that's it. And I'm like, well, that's kind of boring. But, I don't know. Maybe. But, yeah. So firecrackers, that would be another one that would probably bring back my youth, although a lot of these things on this list, that included, might make me just be like, man, I was fucking dumb. Kids are dumb. Kids don't know anything, and they're dumb, and I was dumb with them. Number 10 would be to shoot off a BB gun. I spent many a summer day at the gravel pit shooting a BB gun at nothing, basically. The best was when a train came by and you could shoot it at the train. And I was always worried of like causing some sort of damage to the train or something, but I guess this was at a time too when like a train going by and seeing a couple of little kids with BB guns in like a shitty little woods wouldn't be cause for alarm. They would just be like, oh, it's just kids and BB guns. Who gives a shit? Not like, oh, these are kids who are probably stalking another kid as prey or whatever the fuck is going on now. All right, we've got list 18. This is a list of fantasy jobs for me. So some of these are like real jobs, I guess, that are possible, and some of them are just like pure fantasy. So here we go. Number 1 is archivist for the Spirit of Halloween company. I think it'd be super funny and fun to like archive all their old costumes, and I get a kick out of you go to Spirit of Halloween and it's always got a fake name for it's like, this is Ryu from Street Fighter. And so they'll be like, Street Fighting Man, something like that. They're like, what's the closest thing we can get copyright-wise? That might cause a different problem if it was like a Rolling Stones costume. But I don't know. Maybe you can get away with it if it's a Street Fighter costume. I would really like to do this for Distortions Unlimited as my job would be like curating and cataloging. Like if they had a museum of their stuff, I would love to put that together. But that's the fantasy job. Spirit of Halloween is the more silly one, I guess. And it's safer to do a silly one because my emotions are protected. Number 2 is a museum curator of a 90s action figure museum. So this is some eccentric millionaire decides like, I want to make a museum of like 80s and 90s action figures. And, as complete as possible with, as many complete figures as we can and blah, blah, blah. I'd be like, yes, that would be fun. So then it's my job to, like, be on eBay, but also to, like, hit all the dirt malls, the garage sales, the this and that, the thrift stores, to try and find some of those, some of those rare pieces. Number 3 is water slide tester. It's been a hot summer, guys. So I think I've gone back to that. That's been my like childhood dream. Water slides for some reason seem safer to me than roller coasters. Maybe it's the speed isn't there. But I guess it's like entirely possible to die on a water slide. I should not discount the idea of dying on a water slide. But I think it's just the heat's gotten to me. So I'm like, I'm back on this game. Number 4 is a kept man. Whenever I see something online about like men are uncomfortable with women who make more money than they do and stuff like that, I'm like, which men? Show me those men. Show me these men. Because I think if there's a man who's uncomfortable with a woman making more money than he does, it's either A, the woman they're talking about is not his wife. It's like his female coworker. Or B, this guy makes a shitload of money. And so therefore has no like want or need for anything. And is like, that's my thing. Maybe C, which is like B/C, is like an old unattractive guy who has like a young wife. And so it's like, well, look, me having money is like the way that I'm attractive. So I can't forego that because then what do I have? I would be fine with that. I mean, I will be fine with that because it's definitely going to happen to me. But also, I would be fine with, like, if Poonmaster Flex made a shitload of money and then we had a discussion where I was like, listen, should I just, like, stop working and, like, take care of the house and, like, make food for you and stuff and, like, I don't know, do all these things, keep the house nice for you, drive you to work or something? And she was like, yeah, I would prefer that. I'd be like, all right, let's do it. Let's do that. I'll be a homemaker, a kept man. I mean, I feel like that's a homemaker versus a kept man, where a kept man is really just like, we hire a maid to clean, and we hire a food service to cook for us. And I just don't work because, Poonmaster Flex is like, it just makes me happy to provide a lifestyle for you of leisure. A man of leisure is what I would become. I would be fine with that. Obviously, because it's number 4 on my list of fantasy jobs. Number 5, novelty cereal tester. So, whenever they come out with like a cereal, I don't know how much they do this anymore. Time was you would get a cereal like based on a movie. A movie would come out and they'd be like, we should make a cereal based on this. And I'd be the one to say, okay, I'll test that out. We should make this. We should make that. We should make a robot cereal. We should make Pop-Tarts into a cereal. We should make Reese's Peanut Butter Cups into a cereal. I'd be like, yes, I'm your man. Let's do it. And I would just test all those out. That seems like a pretty good job. I feel like I could also work a fairly limited amount on a given day. Because it's like, how many cereals can you eat before, you're like, I'm kind of, I've had 7 different types of cereal today. So I'm a little blew out, to be honest with you. Let's see. Number 6. Person who buys things and does YouTube reviews of them. I don't understand how this works exactly. I mean, they must just get sent the things and then they review them. Because I've come across many YouTube channels where it seems like they buy an expensive, stupid thing on Amazon and then try it out. I think I'd be really good at this. Here's what's funny about it, though. They always make a video that's like 17 minutes long. And they're like, I tried the newest Leatherman. And, this newest Leatherman, maybe this is like I've gotten into Grandpa YouTube officially. Like, my YouTube algorithm is like, all right, Grandpa, here you go. You want a 17-minute video where a guy goes into in-depth explanation about like a multi-tool or something. But, yeah, I guess that's me. So anyway, I would do that. I would just get things, from Amazon that are really expensive and make a 17-minute video where I explain my thoughts on it in almost in an ASMR kind of way. I don't think I have a very ASMR voice or tone or cadence or style. Nothing about me is like calming, in my opinion, but here we are, once again, reviewing Leatherman. I think that'd be an easy job. I wouldn't like making the video part, like that would be really boring. But doing the thing, like just having a weird thing, a waffle maker that makes penis-shaped waffles. And I'm like, well, I guess I'm trying that out tomorrow. That would be fun. Number 7, insane survivalist. Oh, okay. This is, well, I don't know what this is. Fantasy job, insane survivalist. I guess this is like a person who like lives in the woods. Like you're on that TV show Alone, but this is what you do just for life. So you live out in the nothing. I guess I could do that. I don't know, that doesn't seem too bad. But I don't know why that's on my fantasy job list. I'd like to kind of replace that one. I mean, I guess I could put professional author on there. I realized I haven't put that on there, so let's do that. Okay, number 8 is a bass player for, like, Nickelback. It doesn't have to be Nickelback. It doesn't really matter what the band is. The point is, I want to be a bass player for a band where being the bass player makes you not a recognizable figure. I figure that's kind of the perfect job. You don't want to be Chad Kroeger from Nickelback. Because when you're Chad Kroeger, you're the front man, everybody knows who you are, whatever. I think if you're the bass player for Nickelback, you can just like walk through life. Like you can just probably fly on a normal plane. You can probably go to a normal hotel. I have no idea what that guy's name is. I don't know what he looks like. But you have all the advantages of being in like a giant, huge money-generating rock band that, you would never have to work again. I mean, I'm sure you can live off the royalties and do all that shit. So it's like all the pluses of being in Nickelback, which are substantial, and none of the minuses. And forget Nickelback. It doesn't have to be Nickelback. It just has to be a band that's like big, but I'm not the big figure. I'm like the most replaceable person. But the other people in the band are like my friends. And I've been there since the beginning. So they're like, we would never replace him. Obviously, we're going to give him his fair share of the money. But, I can walk around. Number 9 is stuntman. So I guess that would be a career that had mostly ended by now. But, I don't know. I think that would be fun. Doing things that are like crazy for a living would be interesting. You would definitely have a lot of good stories to tell, right? Like you would have any group of people in the palm of your hand at any time. Oh yeah, you remember this movie? Remember this when not Tom Cruise does this because he does his own stunts. Remember when Vin Diesel does this? You'll notice Vin Diesel looks very different in this cut, and that's because that's me. I'm Vin Diesel. Number 10 is owner of a somewhat shitty bar. So a bar that makes good money, but it's not like a super nice place. Because I don't want to deal with like upscale shit. I just want to have like a easy to run bar. That's my fantasy job. All right, list number 9. Things I feel like I would enjoy and just don't. So these are things that I think should be up my alley, and it turns out they're not. And I don't know why. They're just not. Number 1 is Crocs. I got Crocs. I bought some Crocs and some Croc Nuts, or Crockin' Balls, as I just realized they are called today, which is much better. I got bright orange Crocs because I was like, I need some golfing shoes. And that tells you how seriously I take the game of golf. So I bought these Crocs. I wore them around a couple times and was just like, these are not comfortable. And like, they're not uncomfortable, but I kind of thought, because they're so ugly, I was like, well, these must be comfortable as hell. And, I am in the stage of life where I'm like, comfort is paramount. So if I have to look the fool, but I'm comfortable, I'm fine with that. I am comfortable with being comfortable. So I tried them for a couple days and I was like, no, I am not feeling this. Like, these don't feel good. They're not comfortable and they look stupid as fuck. So I'm like, if they don't feel good and they don't look good, these shoes do not check the 2 boxes that shoes need to check. Shoes really only need to check one of the 2 boxes, and this checks neither. So they went back. I sent them back because I was like, fuck this shit. They're not cheap either. So anyway, I thought Crocs would be comfortable, just not like, they just look horrible. But I was like, you would only wear shoes that look this bad if they were comfy, right? They were really not. They were not as comfortable as like the, stupid slipper moccasins that I have that cost probably less, 2/3 the price. So Crocs are something I feel like I should enjoy and I do not. Number 2 is dark beers. I like beers. I like bourbon. And I feel like dark beer is like in this world between beer and bourbon, but I just don't enjoy it. Like, it doesn't taste good to me. I don't enjoy drinking it. It's like, even if I get like a 4-ounce taster or something, it's like a challenge to drink the whole thing. It's not pleasing to me. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable. I don't like it. And I feel like it's something I would enjoy because I'm not shy about, harsh alcoholic drinks. I mean, we've got the Helpful Snowman Flight, which is like Malort, Albertson's whiskey, Night Train, and like a terrible vegetable drink. So, I'm no stranger to shitty tasting stuff or harsh liquors, but that just doesn't do it for me. Number 3 is marijuana, the jazz cabbage. It doesn't do it for me. I don't know what other people are feeling like when they use marijuana, ingest marijuana, smoke marijuana. I don't know exactly what they're feeling, but I know that I'm not feeling that same thing. I know it because it's just not interesting, or it doesn't feel good. I feel easily irritated when I've ingested marijuana. I also sort of don't like. I've railed about the marijuana industry many times. Here are my two main complaints. One, from a state that's legalized it, I thought by now, like, each kid would have their own VR headset school. Not VR headset. They would have an entire virtual school that they were on somehow. You know what I mean? Like, I thought, well, there's going to be so much money going into the schools, it's going to be crazy. Even if the kids are dumber because they start smoking weed when they're 12, because it's everywhere, it'll be made up for because their education is going to be like, we're going to just start putting chips in their heads and it'll be fine. We're going to Johnny Mnemonic these kids and everything's going to be great. That has not happened. I have not seen a substantive improvement in the world because of marijuana. So that is a lie, sirs. But I think the other thing that didn't work out about legalized marijuana is like, okay, part of what was weird before marijuana was legal is like my first marijuana experience was, I don't know, I was in my early 20s and I went to Oregon and met with some friends, and one of the friends was a weed dealer and he made marijuana brownies. And he made marijuana brownies that were way too strong. Like, we probably should have had a quarter of what we each had, maybe even less. And he told us that the next day because he's like, I realized by how high I was that I had made a terrible mistake in portioning these brownies, but I didn't want to tell you guys anything because I thought you would freak out. And I was freaking out at one point. I was like, is there such a thing as being like allergic to marijuana and dying? Like your throat closes up and you just die? But anyway, I was incredibly super high. I think I went to bed at noon that day and woke up at 9 a.m. the next day. But here's my point. So back in those days, that kind of thing was bound to happen because it was like unregulated, right? It's like, there's no amount of this and that and whatever. And like, imagine if you bought an aspirin or an ibuprofen or an Aleve. You bought an Aleve, a bottle of Aleve with 100 tablets. But what ends up happening is like, this bottle of Aleve, each tablet has pretty significant different amount of active ingredient compared to the last bottle you bought. Maybe bottle 1 you buy has a lot and is really powerful, and you're like, I might need to get a pill cutter. Bottle number 2 is like super weak and has nothing, and you're like, I need to take like 4 of these. And bottle 3 is like, half the pills are powerful and half of them are weak as fuck. That has been kind of my experience buying marijuana products, especially edibles, is that like there's no consistency to like how much drug is in each batch. So like sometimes you get a thing and you're like, I gotta eat this whole gummy in order to feel any effect. And other times I'm like, I ate a half of this gummy and I'm uncomfortably high. Like, this is not good. So that's like the lie of the two lies of the marijuana industry. Anyway, I just feel like it's something I should like. Like, it sounds like a good time to me. People are like, oh, it helps you sleep. It chills you out. It's like, a relaxing thing. And I'm like, I like to do that. It makes you laugh a lot. And I'm like, these are all things that I enjoy. But, the reality of how it's worked out for me is that it has not worked out for me. Number 4 is Friday the 13th movies. Jason movies. The thing about these is, so I started watching the Freddy movies and the Jason movies, and like the Freddy movies have their moments and they're fairly entertaining. The Jason movies are pretty boring. I mean, sometimes the kills are good, but like overall, It is pretty boring. And I think I lost steam at 3, which is too bad because I think 4 is probably okay. But 3 is like the 3D one. So they were doing things to have a 3D camera. I read up a little bit on Friday the 13th. And number 3 was a movie they made where the people who were starring in the movie didn't know it was a Friday the 13th movie until they like got on set the first day. Because they didn't put that in the script. Like they changed the name and stuff like that. And so like one of the actors was like, oh, fuck. You know, and then he was like, well, you always kind of hope that yours is going to turn out better. Like you're like, well, maybe mine will be better than the other ones. And he's like, ours was way worse. And the actors in part 3 were like, look, the people making this movie did not give one fuck about like the script or the scenes or the acting or anything. All they cared about were these 3D gizmos and 3D filming and stuff. And I'm like, let's just reel back for a second. When in a Friday the 13th movie, they're like, the filmmakers cared they cared shockingly little about, you know, these sort of finer aspects of making a film. And that's in comparison to makers of other Friday the 13th and like shitty horror franchise movies. You have a problem. But anyway, I think my main weird thing is like, it seems like I should like it. You know, it's a slasher movie. It's got like the effects and the kills, and it's got like a stupid lore that makes no sense. But they're just not that fun. They all kind of feel the same. And then I think the biggest thing or the like baffling part for me is like, I feel like these movies just aren't for me. But then when I look at them and I'm like, they have all the things I would like in them. But they have all this other stuff that I don't think anybody would enjoy. So I feel like if these aren't for me, who are they for? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the baffling part to me. I don't understand. Because I'm like, well, some movies I'm like, not for me, but whatever. If you love it, good on you. Like, I don't really care. That's how I feel about newer Star Wars movies, is I'm just sort of like, it's not for me. But, you know, if you like it, more power to you. I can at least understand, like, A, this isn't really tilted to my interests, but B, I can watch it and be like, well, I mean, it's like a competently made movie that is for somebody. You know what I mean? Somebody, I could see this being their favorite movie. And Friday the 13th, I feel like I should be the person that is like, I really love these movies, and everyone else is like, all right, whatever, fucking crazo. And I'm like, I understand these are not good movies, but I still like them. But I don't. Number 5 is smoking. Smoking cigarettes. I tried smoking a few times as a young man. I just never got into it. I never liked it. Never liked the taste. Never liked the feeling of it. I never enjoyed that when you smoke, it's like then you taste cigarette or cigar for like the rest of the day. And there's just like no escaping it. And I don't know, there's something about that I don't like. It's like, I might like the taste of something, but I don't like constantly burping up the taste all day. So if that's kind of how smoking felt to me. Also, it's just like a pain in the ass. It's expensive. Like I never got into it. I don't know why. It seems like something that I would have gotten into or like would have enjoyed. And it would be like something I had to stop myself from doing. I mean, like, I like stimulants. Could be like a touch of the ADD for me. I don't know. But, you know, I like my coffee. I like basically any kind of stimulant. I'm like, I'll try that. But smoking never worked for me. Maybe related to the weed thing. Number 6 is fried chicken. Number 6, show me fried chicken. I've had very delicious fried chicken. I think. I mean, you know, relatively. I've had like fancy fried chicken, high-end fried chicken. I just don't, it doesn't do a lot for me. I feel like the flavor of it is mostly on the outside layer. And then once you get into it, it's really not, doesn't taste like that much. I think it's like, it's so greasy. It's a huge pain in the ass to make yourself. Like, that's out of the question. You know, I realized many, many years ago, my uncle John got very excited because I think it was the Chicago Tribune or the Sun Times, one of the papers was doing an interview with a guy at KFC. And I guess unbeknownst to him, but you know, maybe all these years later, I'm like, maybe this was like a marketing scheme. He, unbeknownst to him, had on his desk the herbs and spices that go into KFC, right? Like the secret recipe. So it was like that was revealed to the world. But I think the reason I think sometimes that was a secret marketing thing is I was like, looking back on it, why would some executive at KFC just have that on his desk? What would he possibly need that for? It's not like he's making chicken in his office. And, you know, it's not like, I would think also, there's like 11 herbs and spices. If you're like the CEO of KFC, shouldn't you fucking know what those are? Shouldn't you just know, like, if someone's like, what are the herbs and spices? You just rattle them off. That should be like second nature to you. You should be like, I could be on my deathbed, completely, my brain is Swiss cheesed with Alzheimer's and whatever. And like, I will just be repeating the names of the herbs and spices. That'll just be the constant loop until I die. And then probably even for 10 minutes after I die, just muscle memory will be me saying the herbs and spices over and over. So that's one reason I think that's unlikely. But the other is I was like, this could be a brilliant marketing thing. Because what this could be is like, okay, the herbs and spices come out. Every person who sees that is like, well, now I can make this at home. And so that encourages people to try and make KFC style chicken at home. And either A, it turns out not as good, or B, it turns out good, but man, is it a fucking pain in the ass. I mean, like, the frying, all the oil and shit, like, what do you do with all that oil? All of that stuff is like a huge fucking pain in the ass. So, you know, you eventually just go like, oh, fuck this shit. Like, I'm going to go get a bucket of chicken if I want chicken, because it's like cheap, it's fast. I don't fuck up my entire kitchen. I don't spend 2 hours cleaning like grease spatter off the ceiling somehow. So, you know, maybe that was the idea, is they were like, let's have everybody try to make this at home, and then they'll see like what a nightmare it is. So anyway, I don't dig fried chicken that much. It's just not like a big thing for me. It's not a food that I've really enjoyed, and I feel like I should, because I enjoy most shitty foods. Most fried foods, I'm like, yep, I'm in. You know, most of that, I'll eat a hot dog, I'll eat whatever. But fried chicken's just not my jam. 7 is like fantasy novel series. So like, I like books. I like long books. I like weird books. I like, books that do unusual and new things. I think I like long form storytelling where you like get to know characters as if they're almost good friends or whatever. I think a lot of us have gotten into that more from like prestige television, right? We've seen the advantage of provided by that sort of thing. But I do not dig like long fantasy novel series, you know, where it's your Games of Thrones, I didn't even like Lord of the Rings. I liked The Hobbit. I think I liked the first book okay. Started reading the second book and never finished it because I was just like, fuck this shit. Like, no thanks. Not for me. I don't know. It seems like something I could really get into and waste a lot of my time doing, but I just don't. I don't really like fantasy stuff that much. I don't like dragon. You know what I don't like about fantasy? I don't like that people just have like orcs. And I'm like, you know, fantasy, you could have any kind of thing you want. Like, why limit yourself to orcs, elves, dwarves, etc.? That to me is kind of boring. I think magic to me is usually boring because I'm like, well, you can kind of magic yourself out of anything, right? Or like, once you introduce magic, unless it's pretty constricted magic, you end up in a situation where you're like, well, magic is both the cause of and solution to every problem. Much like alcohol in The Simpsons. Number 8, funny enough, long car trips. I think I get bored. Well, I know I get bored. Weirdly, I think it's easier to do a long car trip solo because I can do this or listen to something that I'm interested in that the other person's probably not going to be interested in. But I don't know, long car trips seem like something I would be into, like watching the landscape go by and shit, but I'm just not. I just don't enjoy it. I get bored in like an hour. We used to go out rafting to Utah every summer, and that's like a 7-hour drive maybe, and man, that was punishing. Like, that was difficult for me to get through, and I hated it. So, I don't know. I don't know why I feel like I would like long car trips. I just feel like it's something I could get into, but I'm not into currently. Number 9 is Thanksgiving. It's like a ton of food, and it's kind of a low-key holiday in as much as, like, it's not like Christmas, where you've got presents, sort of pressure. Under pressure for what to get, family pressure. Pushing down Santa. Anyway, it's like low key as far as that goes. And I mean, even if you're cooking or whatever, it's that day basically is the intense day. But the rest of it's not like 3 weeks before. What sucks about Christmas is it's sort of like, if you haven't figured out what you're doing for your Christmas presents and shit, like 2 weeks before Christmas, you're kind of boned. Where Thanksgiving, it's like, well, I don't have to know what I'm doing for Thanksgiving like 2 weeks before, like getting the food or whatever. I think the other thing, though, with Christmas is like, it doesn't really end until a few days after Christmas. But anyway, so Thanksgiving I would think I would like, because it's kind of like low-key Christmas, and there's lots of good food, and I do like the food. I just think Thanksgiving is, like, over too fast. But I think part of it's my job. Like, for many, many years up to now, I worked the 4th weekend of the month, and I worked Thursday nights and Friday days. So this meant that I worked Wednesday, I had Thursday off for Thanksgiving, Friday was back to normal, and then I worked the weekend. So it was really not like a special holiday for me, whereas I know a lot of people get some time off on like Wednesday and then have Friday off or something like that. And that's never been the case for me. And like Wednesday even sucked because, well, I can complain about this briefly. The library closed early. It closed at 5. But what that meant is I had to get there at 8 so that I could put in my full day of work before 5. So I didn't gain anything from that, you know what I mean? It was just like the way it was. Number 10, things I feel like I would enjoy and just don't, is the city of Los Angeles. I went there on vacation a couple times. The first time it was okay, and the second time I just didn't like it. It's like so... everything is like far apart, it seems like, and you have to drive everywhere, and like it's busy and crowded, and it seems very image conscious there, and I'm not a fan. I think I would enjoy it because it seems ridiculous in a way that I could appreciate. And it seems like there's a lot of things going on there that I like, and it seems like there are a lot of like people and things there that I like. And they've found a way to deal with it, I guess, but I don't know. I just don't think I can take like being in standstill traffic for 45 minutes every day as a lifestyle. Like, that makes no sense to me. I'd rather work in a grocery store in Scottsbluff, Nebraska than be like a comedy writer in Los Angeles, I think. 35, podcasts I've listened to over the years. So this is kind of a list of like things I guess that inspired me, I could say, but I don't know. I wanted to make a list of, these aren't necessarily the ones I've listened to the most, in every case, or like I've taken my style from or whatever, but they're just ones I've listened to over the years. Number one is Tell 'em Steve Dave. That's still my number one show. This is one of those shows that has been going for a really long time. And it's kind of like, I can see how it would be hard to jump in at this point. And listening back to it, like, I've listened to the entire catalog at least twice now. And I still really enjoy it. It's still really good. But it is just like three people sitting around talking about whatever a lot of times. But, you know, I think it's kind of like, for me, that's my, people will say like my brother and me, or stop podcasting yourself, or yeah, dude, or stuff like that, where I'm like, oh my God, there's like 1,000 episodes and like, I'm not into the lore of this. I don't understand the origins, and like, how many episodes do I commit to? Because I've tried many times to like start at the beginning of a show, and I'm like, I know it's going to take me like at least 3 episodes to know whether this is good or not. But I just have a hard time doing that. So I completely understand other people not wanting to do that. But I do like this show a lot. If you were gonna start listening to this, or if you were just curious, if you get them on, get them. If you get on YouTube and look up Tell 'em Steve Dave's Welcome Pack or Starter Pack, what someone has done is like taken, I don't know, 3 hours of like clips from some of the different shows and stuff and mashed them together. And I think that's a decent introduction to the show. But they also did pretty early on, like maybe 10 episodes in or something, they did something called Making Hay, where they went to the Collingswood Flea Market and interviewed people, and then they kind of went back through the, not footage, but the audio, and were critiquing it and themselves and each other, and it's entertaining. It's worth a listen. I highly recommend that. So if you're looking to get started, those would be the places I would try. Number 2 is a show called Red Bar Radio. Now here's what's interesting about this show. This has since turned into something very different, and I don't think I've listened to a new episode of this since probably 2011 or 2012 would be my guess. And that's when it kind of fell out of favor for me. But up till then, I listened to it a lot. I found it very funny. It was kind of irreverent, like a little bit of like, early podcasting had some sort of like shock jock goes to podcast format thing going on, and there was definitely some of that happening. One of the, it was a funny show. They had lots of comedians on there, and comedians who have become very famous since then, like Kumail Nanjiani, Hannibal Buress, several others who have popped up here and there. But I'm trying to think of like, if you're going to listen to it, here's the thing. I don't think it's available on any sort of free feeds anymore, this particular thing, but there's a thing called Mike's Boarding School Story, where the host talks about the story of, it's kind of his origin story. So when he was like in high school, he got sent to this boarding school, which has like popped up in a few other places since then, called Elon in Maine. And it was a hellhole. I mean, it was crazy, it was horribly abusive, and like the story kind of goes that he was a bad high school student, and it wasn't like fighting or getting in lots of trouble. He just didn't go to school. And eventually what happened is he got hooked up with the alternative school program, which in his case was one of these programs where he went to one of these high schools where they're like trying to keep the graduation rate up. So what they do is all the worst kids go to an alternative school, so then your school district is still like, we graduated X%. But alternative school is you go there for like 3 hours a day and you like watch videos, and that's it, and it's like, as long as you can do that, you can pass. So he was doing that for a while and it was fine, but then his parents bought him a car because the school was far enough away that he had to get a ride there. And they were like, well, this is a pain in the ass. So they bought him a car, and they lived just outside of Chicago. So then what he would do is he would get in his car and say he was going to school, and he would just drive around all day. He would drive around the city, and he would listen to talk radio like Howard Stern or whatever, and then go home. So anyway, got back to his parents that this was happening, and they decided to send him to this boarding school. Now, he didn't know this, and the way it worked was one night he wakes up and there's like two men he doesn't know in his bedroom, and they are like, get up, get dressed. If you smoke, bring your cigarettes, and we're taking you to boarding school. And like his parents were, I can't remember if his parents were there or not. I think they weren't, because I think they told the parents not to be there because the kids would be like resistant and whatever and beg and plead. And if the parents aren't there that way, that doesn't happen. So basically they threw him in a van and took him from Chicago to Maine. And they drove straight through, except they stayed one night in a motel. And, he's like at this school, and it's like in the woods, like, you couldn't like walk away from the school and be anywhere. And, that's like the beginning of the horrible, horrible story. So anyway, I don't know. He's since become like a more political figure or something, or I don't know, cultural critic type figure. And I lost interest. He was like doing stuff with Compound Media at one point, and then, didn't play well with them and isn't with them anymore, I think. I don't really know. But anyway, I listened to that a lot early on, and but it's been like 10 years since I've really listened to a new, like every once in a while, I would just get on the website and be like, what's the newest episode like? But that was another one where I was like, maybe if I'd been following with this the whole time, this would work. But because this is all like French to me at this point, like I don't know what's happening, I couldn't get into it again. But anyway, Mike's boarding school story. If you can somehow find a way to listen to that, I highly recommend it. It's some of the wildest shit you've ever heard. Next is Loveline. That was like big on talk radio when I was a kid, and then I remember I was at a library conference in Grand Junction when I discovered that like this was when Adam Carolla went to like his own radio show, and they started releasing the show as podcasts, and I was like, this is fucking great. Like, I have so much talk radio to listen to now, and like I was starving for talk radio and for podcasts to listen to, so it was kind of amazing to have like 3 or 4 hours every day, every weekday of something new. And like, again, I don't know what it is with me. I seem to like these weird right-wing guys, or like guys who weren't right-wing and then are, or something. And I don't know how, I honestly don't know how hardcore Red Bar's Mike or Adam Carolla, like how right-wing they are, because I don't really pay attention to either of them anymore. But I really enjoyed listening to that stuff then. But there was also a significant lack of options. Okay, number 4 is The Flophouse. This is a bad movie podcast. It was hosted by 3 guys who lived in New York together. They watched any movie that was like a critical and or financial failure, which I think that was an excellent set of criteria, because it let you watch movies that, are really dumb, like Fast 10, and be like, well, look, just because it made money doesn't mean it's not dumb. But it also let you watch a movie like a Neil Breen film. I got real into that one. I also listened to a bunch of episodes of that while I was on a long drive, I think to Glenwood Springs or Grand Junction. I think both. And that's still a pretty good one. You can still listen to that. I don't think it's changed a lot. Part of the problem is like one of the hosts moved to Los Angeles. Again, something to not like about Los Angeles, it takes people away. I do think it lost some of its energy from them not being in the same room together. And, they obviously don't watch the movies together now. But it's still pretty good. I think the other thing is for a while they were trying to have lots of guests. And I think what was going on with that is they were trying to diversify the lineup a little bit, because it was a show of, like many shows, three white dudes talking about a thing. And so they tried to mix it up, and I think that had a mixed bag success for me. I think it was kind of interesting, but the thing is, when you have a new guest every time, I wish they'd gotten guests that they could have a stable of 5 guests and they repeat those a lot. Because when you have new guests all the time, I think the things that they think are interesting to talk about when it comes to movies, and or the things that they think are funny to do on a podcast are oftentimes things that podcast has done to death, or that show doesn't really do, because they're I also, sometimes I don't like when they talk about a movie, because they'll talk about a movie that's incredibly stupid, incredibly inept. Everything about it is wrong. Every decision the filmmaker makes they'll talk about The Room, for example. And, a movie like The Room, and someone will have to mention also there's not very many good roles for women in this movie, or the way they treat women in this movie isn't very good. And I'm I think that, I don't know, that type of criticism isn't that interesting for me in a movie that's completely inept. You know what I mean? I wouldn't expect a movie that sucks or is wrong-headed in every way to be good in that way. Also, even if it was look, everything about this movie sucks, but it does have a sort of positive strong female protagonist that I think would make a great role model, I'd be it still sucks. Anyway, that critique aside, I think it's a really good show. It's really fun. They did an episode, I believe, on RoboCop a while ago that features an ad for this podcast, done by a friend of the show, Ian. Next is another bad movie podcast I've been listening to lately called No Such Thing as a Bad Movie. They talk a lot about cult movies, and they talk about really culty movies, and I think that's what I like about it. But what's also cool is, so one of the people who does the show is a visual effects artist. And he's been around for a long time, and he's worked on some good movies and some terrible movies. He worked on Spawn, which had, notoriously bad visual effects, and he's worked on some others. So what's cool about that show is you end up getting this perspective of people who work in the industry. The woman on it, I think she works in some kind of movie processing house. And the other guy who's on it runs a company. He runs some small film fests, and he runs a company that re-releases things on DVD that haven't been out for, culty stuff. And so they have a more insidery take on movies, but it's totally it's very interesting. It's very fun. It's very lighthearted. And they talk about a lot of movies that a lot of the other bad movie podcasts don't get to. So I like it a lot. Number 6 is anything Chuck Klosterman is on. So I'll just look up, I can't remember what it's called. There's a website that's sort of tries to collect appearances of anybody. Whenever Chuck Klosterman is on a podcast, I think he's the most fascinating podcast guest. And I love when he's on, and I'll even listen to him talk to Bill Simmons about sports, even though I usually don't know what they're talking about and do not care. Number 7 is The Dollop. So I was introduced to that by a friend of the show, Matt. The Dollop takes weird stories from history and explores them. It's pretty great because there are just so many fucking crazy stories from history. I think one of my favorites, there's one called I can't remember if it's nickel or 10-cent beer night or free beer night or something, but basically a ballpark had cheap beer night, and it turns into essentially a complete riot, and is completely out of control. I think it might have been a live one with a guest as well, and it's great. There's also a really memorable one about a race around the world that they had that was just incredible. So, it's there's something very fun about listening to them talk about like something that happened in the 1920s when somebody somewhere had a fucking crazy idea and they're like, yeah, go for it. Oh, there's one too about the he was like a baseball team owner who just did like constant like weird things. Like he had like, you know, free vasectomy night on Valentine's Day or something, or discount vasectomy night, and he would give away like a horse or a lobster night, you know, stuff like that. So look out for those episodes. Give them a shot. It is one of those shows, you know, sometimes I get tired of this format where it's like you've got the informed person and then you've got the other person there who's kind of like the audience surrogate who's like, go on, whatever. But the audience surrogate guy is very funny and makes a lot of jokes and is entertaining. So it's good. Number 8 is Jordan Jesse Go. That's a show that I've really listened to a lot for a while. And it's kind of just, you know, 2 guys shooting the shit, usually with a guest who's entertaining. That sort of just reminds me, I guess, of like an old radio talk show. By old, I don't mean 1950s like Twilight Zone. I just mean, you know, late 90s or something. But they did like a college radio thing, I think, and it has that vibe. And it's nice sometimes. Like a theme and definitely a lot of what I listen to is like old friends getting together. And I think it's nice to sort of listen to conversations that are between people who clearly know each other very well. I think that's the thing with what I was saying about the Flophouse and the guests that maybe I didn't quite get right, which is like when you have 3 people who are like really good friends and whatever, and you introduce a 4th person, I think it's sort of tough to integrate a 4th person in and have it feel like natural and flow. Number 9 is a show I have not listened to in forever, so I don't even know if it still exists, but it's the Jeff Rubin Show. He would kind of explore interesting pop culture things. So like he interviewed a person who Nickelodeon took over his school, or he did this guy named Scott who does Scott's Pizza Tours in New York. Or he did one because he was leaving New York, I think for Los Angeles probably. And he was like, New York experiences that I should do. And, you know, people gave him the wildest things. And my favorite was someone was like, okay, there's this company that lets you do jet ski tours, like on the Hudson. And it's nuts because there's like no safety briefing or whatever. And they don't really tell you how to like not to get close to boats and stuff. And it's just like, it's very wild. And it's probably not going to exist in 10 years and you should do it. It's very fun. So anyway, he used to do a lot of things like that. There was like a guy who was a game counselor. So Nintendo used to have like a 900 or an 800 number you would call, and they would give you tips if you were stuck in Zelda. So there's a guy who did that for a living. So it was just a bunch of like weird sort of niche pop culture stuff that you would get information on, or like I calling that information is probably a stretch, but you know what I mean. Number 10 is the Indoor Kids. That doesn't exist anymore, but that was a podcast hosted by Kumail Nanjiani and Emily V. Gordon. And it was about video games, and they would have guests on and stuff. And they talked a lot about, they played a lot of video games. Like Kumail was a traveling comedian and actor at the time. And like, he traveled with an Xbox, and he was like, it's so embarrassing because like you go through security and you have to take it out and blah, blah, blah. But it was fun. It was like, you didn't have to be into video games really. Cause like, I didn't play any of the games they talked about cause I didn't have an Xbox at the time. So I couldn't play any of them, but it did eventually motivate me to get an Xbox and play a bunch of the games they had talked about and stuff. So I was like, Microsoft, you should fucking hire these guys cause this is working. But it was like video games on that show were the way in to the hosts or the characters, if you will. It was like it gave them a form around which they could put a show, or into which they could put a show, whatever adverb you want to use.
You're not gonna say it, somebody should. Let's talk about 2 time. Let's talk about bum wine, yeah. Asking the questions that nobody could. Like where are the